Edmund Hinkson as he embarks on this new season of his life. May this next chapter in his calling be filled with abundance and purpose. We also ask your blessing on his wife, children, grandchild, and other immediate members of his family. Remember those who nurtured and shaped him, but are now at rest. As our days come to an end, grant us your peace. And so teach us to number our days, that we may apply our hearts to wisdom through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
This House is in session. Minutes for the meeting held on Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025 to be deferred. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the aforesaid minutes be deferred.
Question that the aforementioned minutes be deferred. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned minutes are hereby deferred.
messages from Her Excellency the President, petitions, papers, government notices, private members' notices, notices of questions, reports from select committees, first readings of bills, statements by ministers, congratulatory and/or obituary speeches, personal explanations, motions for leave of absence, oral replies to questions, notices of motions for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance, orders of the day.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of standing orders 6, 16, 18, 20, 42, subsection 5, 43, and 44 for the remainder of the day's sitting.
The question is that the aforementioned standing orders be suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing orders are hereby suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting.
Government business, sir. Order number 10, letter of resignation of the Honourable Member for the constituency of St. James North.
Having been satisfied that the letter received from the Honourable Member from St. James North is authentic, in accordance with Standing Order 73, I direct that the aforesaid letter from the Honourable Member be recorded in the minutes, and I hereby declare that the seat of the Honourable Member for St. James North be declared vacant with effect from the 25th day of April 2025. At 10 a.m.
Mr. Speaker, an address now has to be sent to Her Excellency the President and the Leader of the House for some.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In light of the approval of the resignation letter of the Honourable Member for St. James North, I beg to move a motion for the following address from the Honourable the House of Assembly to Her Excellency the President. It reads as follows. The House has the honour to present our humble duty by reason of the resignation of Mr. Edmund Gregory Hinkson, SC, MP. A vacancy has, on this 25th day of April 2025 at 10 a.m., arisen for a member of the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. James North. Accordingly, the House has this day passed this address to be forwarded to Your Excellency, asking you to issue a writ for an election to fill the vacancy, pursuant to Section 5.2 of the Representation of the People's Act, Cap 12, approved by the House of Assembly this 24th day of April 2025, dated this 24th day of April 2025. I therefore beg to move that this address be approved and sent to Her Excellency.
I second and reserve the right to speak.
The question is that this letter be approved. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I therefore beg to move that the House be adjourned until the 13th of May, 2025 at 10 a.m.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, sir, speaking on the motion for the adjournment of this honourable chamber until the 13th of May, 2025, it would be remiss of me if I did not acknowledge the fact that today's sit-in brings to an end 12 years of exemplary parliamentary service on the part of the Honourable Member for St. James North. Mr. Speaker, it is significant because I have known the member for some time, probably since I was a teenager, but in all of the years that I've known him, he has always had a passion for representational politics and for the Barbados Labour Party, which he has served with distinction. But it wasn't simply in that area that his service has been restricted. The truth is that anyone who knows this honourable member knows that you could as easily have seen him from a very young man wearing the waistcoat of the Lions and standing up, doing duty wherever the Lions Club could be found in this honourable country. Similarly, you would have seen him work with the Salvation Army. You would have seen him work with the St. John's Ambulance Brigade. But the one that perhaps he is most well known for across this entire country is his work with the Council for the Disabled. And when the history of this young nation is written, the name of the honourable member will stand tall with respect to the contribution which he has made to post-independence Barbados for the people who themselves could not represent their interests and act in their own deliberate interests. Those who, by reason of either physical or mental disability, would have needed the voice and passion of persons like the honourable member. And he stands in good stead with those who went before, like Eileen Marie Ainsley and others, who worked tirelessly. Indeed, in my early days, I used to work with the Special Olympics with them, and therefore remember very much the work which the honourable member has been associated with. Many persons may not know that his sister is deaf-mute, and that Eddie has carried that as his responsibility. The honourable member has carried that as his responsibility in his life, and that speaks volumes to his character, and we have all noticed it to the point where it was our solemn duty to ensure that in the last year, his report as chairman of the Commission on the Council of the Disabled was taken by this honourable chamber and formally approved. And then the legislation ensuing therefrom was equally the subject of the attention of this honourable chamber and passed both houses such that it now represents the laws of this country. I believe, sir, that that singular set of work, body of work, really stands tall across the Commonwealth Caribbean and distinguishes Barbados as a country that sees people, hears people, and feels people. And I'm proud to have been the one leading the government at this point in time where an honourable member could have so acquitted himself to move, even after he was outside of the cabinet, to move his colleagues to the point where this became our passion as well. And indeed, between the honourable member for St. James North, the honourable Minister of People Empowerment, the member for St. Michael South, the honourable member for St. Thomas, the honourable member for St. Michael East, who started this when he previously was a member of the cabinet and in a previous parliament, and indeed the honourable member for Christchurch East Central, who is at IMF meetings as we speak. Those have been the ones who have carried this issue with great, great passion and have allowed this country now to be in a position where we can ably say to all that we are in a position to help those who can least help themselves. But let me come back to his parliamentary career, because we take it for granted sometimes what it is to represent our own people in this honorable chamber. And it became very, very clear to me a few minutes ago when the clerk shared with the leader of government business and a few of us, myself, a register, and if you may pass it to me, please, there, because sometimes it is good to let the country know that we don't stand just here by accident. This book is a significant book in the history of this country. One only needs to feel the cover and indeed the thickness of each page to understand what I'm talking about. This is the book that is a record of the names of the members of the General Assembly of Barbados, and it goes back. Its first record is the session of 1652, the 2nd of March of 1652, when, Mr. Speaker, the person who would have sat as the first speaker of this honorable chamber was a gentleman by the name of Thomas Modiford. And it carries in this book every person who has served in this honorable chamber down to this year, which is the 3rd year in the 2022 to 2027 sitting of the Honorable House of Assembly. And indeed, the first name on this 2022 to 2027 is a member for the city of Bridgetown. And it is significant because when the book was published, the book only had provision for Bridgetown, St. Michael, Christchurch, St. Philip, St. George, St. James, St. John, St. Thomas, St. Peter, St. Lucy, St. Andrew, St. Joseph, the speaker, the chaplain, the clerk, the deputy clerk, and the marshal. And today, especially when I look at 1971, we would see a continued significant change, because in 1971, you had, of course, the change to single-member constituencies from double-member, and therefore they could no longer use the typed part of the form and had now to put in the constituencies in handwriting to be able to accommodate a completely different composition of this chamber. I just share these quirks because if we didn't know it was here, most of us wouldn't know, largely because the clerk keeps it in a vault that is fireproof, but it had to come out today because we are engaged in an unusual exercise that does not happen in the life of every parliament, but has happened in the life of this parliament and happened indeed in the life of the last parliament when the member for St. George North also took early retirement. I'm aware of it because in my own father's case, he also triggered a by-election when he left in 1976. And indeed, I believe he is now the oldest, the longest serving member of the Parliament of Barbados, having been elected in 1969, along with Sir Philip Graves, who might be 1971, and I'm not sure. But I want to contextualize, therefore, the Honourable Member for St. James North's service in that context, because many have been called, but few, in fact, have been chosen to sit in this honourable chamber. And that the Honourable Member has done so successfully for 3 terms and has brought the interests of his constituents always whether from the opposition benches, from the front bench as a minister, from the back bench as he is now. He has been consistent and persistent. And anyone who knows the honourable member well knows that when the member has something that he wants to get done, you can sing a hymn a ton. He does not deviate one iota from representing the interests of his constituents and representing the interests that he believes sectorally, as I pointed out, with serving on behalf of the Lions, Salvation Army, St. John's Ambulance Brigade, and of course, the Council for the Disabled. That has been his hallmark. But if you would cast your mind back to the first term, and the first term perhaps shaped him because members on the government side used to take particular delight in targeting the honourable member for St. James North. And the honourable member, in the first few months, took it until they then realized that he was not to be trifled with. And he would walk with a book that showed that he was ready to be able to respond to each and every one of them when they started to go after him. He, of course, would have gone after them first. But he was ready with the retort, and it would be useful for those who like parliamentary practice to go back into the records of Hansard and read some of those debates where he was laser-like in his criticism of the then government in the interest not just of the people of St. James North, but in the interest of the Barbados Labour Party. Ironically, we don't formally recognize political parties in the system, but it is almost something that has to be corrected, and the Parliamentary Reform Commission's report, which will come to the Honourable Chamber soon for debate, has made that recommendation. But in reading this book of this register, it is also clear to me that it is a farce, because as far back as as far back as 1961 to 66. In fact, no, even before. As far back as 1956 to 61, this register has recorded the number of seats of political parties and has taken note of political parties on every occasion since 1956. So that we really do need to align where our laws are and where our practice has been with respect to the issue of political party recognition in our jurisdiction. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that this honourable member, as I said earlier, has served his country, his constituency, and his party with absolute distinction. It is, I'm told, 36 years of service. And I am not speaking as if the service will stop tomorrow, because it will not. If I know this honourable gentleman, his passion for service will carry him in to deeper participation in current areas and new participation in new areas. And we look forward to what those areas are. As a parliamentarian, when he went on the backbench again, the member for St. James North led with distinction in the Parliament of the Association of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, along with the European Union, the Joint Assembly, and he would have led for us as a nation on issues relating to non-cooperative tax jurisdictions. He would have been there with respect to many of the debates for the post-Lome framework. He would have worked closely with his parish neighbor, the honourable member for St. James South, who was also the person anchoring for us in those years when he started that work in Brussels. And I believe that we don't speak enough about that type of parliamentary exchange, but we have been consistently represented at a very high level from the Barbados Parliament in those assemblies in Europe, representing, of course, the interests of what I would call the Global South with its relationship with Europe. In more recent times, as we chose to modernize the functioning of this Parliament, the Honourable Member became the chair of the newly introduced governance committees in this Honourable Chamber in this session, and indeed was perhaps at the center of a lot of controversy, but handled it once again with equanimity and calmness when he chaired the cybersecurity bill, which came before that select committee, and ensured that he got through his work quickly, took the evidence both in writing and orally, given Barbadians, and I laugh when I hear some of the same people now telling us that we don't allow for transparency and consultation, when at least not just on that occasion with the cybersecurity bill, but with the child protection bill, with the health services bill, this Parliament has paused its work in order to take the views of others across this nation. And some of the same persons now would have carried the Parliament, the country, before the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. And indeed, the Honourable Member for St. James North, along with the council that we had, were able to acquit themselves once again with distinction, ensuring that the country's reputation was not tarnished, particularly when people understood how careful the Parliament was, and in particular, the Honourable Member as chair of the committee, in ensuring that all voices were heard and all views were allowed to contend. But at the end of the day, government still has to govern and the Parliament still has to pass legislation. But what was clear is that the basic precepts that we adhere to as a nation in terms of accountability and transparency and fairness and due process were all adhered to with respect to that particular legislation. So he leaves, Mr. Speaker, therefore, having been part and parcel of the modernization nevertheless, because we make the point that really and truly since 1971, when this Parliament transitioned to single-member constituencies, there really has not been much reform, quite frankly. The standing orders did change since the early 70s. How we've done the estimates has changed again since 2018 by allowing persons to give evidence in the well. So we move away from what was just a series of political speeches for a whole week, sometimes never providing any information of any major consequence or substance to the people of this country. He has been part and parcel of that change. And he has, as I said, led with respect to being the first chair of the Governance Committee of the Honourable House of Assembly of Barbados. And no one can take those things from him. I wish to, before sitting, also pay tribute to his family, because we often forget that persons do not walk this road alone. And in a small jurisdiction such as ours, families carry a heavy burden and pay a heavy price, both in terms of the sacrifice of time, but equally in terms of the manner in which their names are often dragged through the mud as collateral damage sometimes, but sometimes as direct attacks intended to hurt and to weaken the individual member of Parliament as they go about the simple business of representational politics. In this particular case, the Honourable Member's wife has been at his side all the time throughout his service in this Honourable Chamber. Even though she herself is a distinguished professional in the publishing industry. His daughter and his son have equally been there for a large part of this journey. His grandchild is perhaps a little too young now to remember these days, but all of these things we take for granted when we engage with each other and when the public engages with us as representatives of this honorable chamber. And as I say, it's particularly difficult in a small nation such as ours. Larger parliaments, you tend to have a little more flexibility, but in small states, families become very much part and parcel of the entire scope of those who want to get at the MP very often. So we salute his family and thank them for sharing him with us and with the residents and constituents of St. James North and with the members of the Barbados Labour Party. And the last point that I'd like to make is his parents. The honourable member's father was a long-serving member of the Barbados Labour Party, and indeed when I joined as a young member in 1989, it seems like an eternity away, his father was a member of the National Council and one of those persons who would have guided me in the practice and in the traditions of the Barbados Labour Party as a member of that council in those days. In fact, I got to know him very well as a young member of the party. The member for St. James North would have become involved more to the end. He wasn't a member of the council in those days, but his father carried it strong. But it wasn't by accident. Anyone who knows the family would know that he's related to another honorable member who served in this chamber, who represented the same parish, ironically. And that is the current Deputy President of the Senate. I think all of us know in small societies you get that kind of family overlap. And of course, the first woman ever to have been elected to this honorable chamber would have been related to the honorable member for St. James North as well. And it is in her honor that the committee room is named in this building. Of course, Dame Ermintrude Bourne I refer to at this point. But it was his mother that I knew the best. Because when I became a young Minister of Education, she was in the ministry performing duties. And of course, I go in there as a 28-year-old, not knowing much about education, made a determination to meet with all of the members of parliament, members of the schools, principals and teachers. And it was at the urging of persons like his mother and others who served at that time who said, look, Minister, the best thing for you to do is to go and just meet everybody, because when people start to engage with you, the issue as to whether you are too green, there was a political scientist who, when the Honourable Elizabeth Thompson and myself were made Minister of Health and Minister of Education, said that we were too green. I was 28 at the time, and she was 30 or 31, I believe, at the time. And we were described as being too green to hold such heavy ministries, and the then Prime Minister was attacked on that basis. But his mother was one of the ones who recognized from early that engagement on substance would have moved a lot of the political side talk away. And I want to thank her, as I thank him, for her continued support for him, for his constituency, and for the party. Because anybody who goes to any function would have seen her standing always quietly in support of her son as he went about his duties of representing the good people of St. James North. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken long because I believe that it is appropriate to pay tribute to the honorable gentleman. We wait, sometimes too late, in this life of ours, and we end up paying tribute to people, and certainly I have had to do so more times than I would like when persons pass. The dignity of this chamber's procedures and conventions is something that we should always uphold. I remind us of what Sir Harold told me, that adhering to these conventions will become more and more difficult because people will have different influences on their lives. But as long as I serve in this chamber, I will insist that there are certain conventions that we must adhere to. And even when it may appear to be difficult, or even when the adversarial nature of this chamber can sometimes get the best of us, it is then more than ever that we must adhere to the conventions of the Honourable Chamber. And what we are doing here this afternoon is simply completing the circle with respect to the conventions that we would have. This kind of tribute, for those of us who do not resign, is left regrettably to when we pass from this earth. And we may want to reflect on having a different process such that when persons, for whatever reason, do not return to the Honourable Chamber, the Chamber may want to pay an appropriate tribute to them without having to have it at death or resignation, and that we may want, now that we are crafting our own rules and our own system, to take that into account, and the Management Commission and those in charge of the Rules Committee may want to reflect on these matters. So with those few words, sir, I want to say thank you. Thank you as leader of the Barbados Labour Party. Thank you as Prime Minister. Thank you as a friend. Thank you, I am almost saying, as a pseudo-constituent, because even though I do not vote in St. James North, I have had the good fortune of spending significant amounts of time in my life in St. James North. And I am therefore aware of the manner, of the high regard in which he is held by those, particularly in the Western Lower Carlton area, where I have a natural affinity with those down there. With those few words on this motion for the adjournment, I say to the member for St. James North, well done, well done. And we look forward to your continued service, because other than the absence of here, you look the same way that you looked for the last 30 years. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on the adjournment as well. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure and my privilege to share some brief recollections of the Honourable Member for St. James North. The Honourable Member for St. James North would take great pleasure in telling anybody that I followed him into many things. Many, many things. The Honourable Member, sir, speaks really slowly. He thinks fast, but he speaks real slow. And oftentimes you find yourself hanging on about the topple of your chair, waiting for him to say what he has to say. But the reason he speaks so slowly, sir, is that he has an attribute that a lot of people in this position don't seem to have, especially if we consider the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. He thinks very carefully about what he's about to say. He tastes his words, and then he speaks, so that what comes out from his mouth is usually something of significant substance and benefit to the listener. Sir, it was many years ago that the Honourable Member for St. James North first decided to try to intervene into my life and steer me in the direction that he thought I should go. He, at the time, was the legal advisor for the St. John Ambulance. At that time, it was St. John Ambulance Brigade. It then became the St. John Association of Barbados. He was the legal advisor. This is a pro bono position for the St. John Ambulance Association for many years. And he decided it was time for him to demit. So in the same way as the honorable member publicly chose or voiced his opinion on his successor for St. James North, he came to me and insisted to me that I should take over from him. It would be good to raise your profile. It'd be good to do something for Barbados. You're a young lawyer. You need to get your name out there. I said, but I need to think about it. He said, but I already recommended you, right? So they can call you. And I fell into, I guess, public service at the instance of the honorable member of St. James North. But sir, the honorable member did not stop there. The honorable member decided that while I might have raised my profile significantly in Barbados, I needed to raise my profile internationally. And the honorable member insisted that I start to attend international law conferences, because he used to go to 2 conferences every year, well, whenever they came up, the Commonwealth Lawyers Association Conference and the International Bar Association Conference. And the honorable member eventually held office in the International Bar Association. But he decided, sir, that he wanted me to raise my profile and started to point to conferences I should attend. It struck me after a while, sir, that his apparent love for me may not be entirely genuine, because he paid the furthest and most expensive conferences to indicate I should attend. We were together, the last one I think we went to together was in Kenya. The honorable member is that sort of person. He reaches out to people, he tries to take people under their wing, he tries to tell you what he believes you should or should not be doing to better yourself, right? And it comes from a good place. It comes from a place of comfort. It comes from a place when you are comfortable in your own skin with what you have sought to achieve and what you've achieved, that you don't see the need to try to hold back or suppress other people, but you actually want to raise other people up to the standard that you occupy, to allow them to share the kudos that you have gotten and allow them to experience things that you have experienced. And it's not just me. I am one person. He's done it to so many of us. When, after the 2013 election, when we come to the 2018 election, the honorable member reached out to a lot of the candidates to talk with them, share his experience, talk to them about little tricks that he had learned, little things he did that engineered his success, how to talk to people. And he reached out to almost everybody. I remember having dinner one night with the honorable member and his wife, right? As he steered me once again in the direction he thought he should go. Did he say he has a long memory? Because, sir, when you don't agree with something the honorable member has said, the honorable member will point out to you the amount of times that he has spoken to you about different things and where he was right. And that if you had listened to him with certain aspects, then you would not have gone wrong. But as I say, it comes from a really, really, really genuine place. Sir, then lo and behold, we went in the 2018 election, we came out. I was initially Minister of Energy and Water, and the honorable member held the portfolio of Minister of Home Affairs. I then followed him into that portfolio. And seamlessly, on my first day in office, the honorable member took the opportunity to call me to say, these are the things I had been working on. These are the hiccups we may have experienced. This is where I think we can go. If you need any help at all, that you could call on me. I came in, sir, and found the wicket laid for the child justice legislation. A lot of work had been done by the honorable member and some of the international agencies in crafting this legislation and formulating the policy. I came in and found significant work done by the honorable member in rejuvenating the immigration department to the point where I was able to slip in, carry on the work, make some input of my own, but equally reach back out to the honorable member at any point in time that I needed assistance or clarification or guidance. And that was genuinely and readily provided. Sometimes the honorable member did not even wait for me to reach out. The honorable member would see something or a thought would occur to him, and he would call and say, Wilfred, and always early in the morning. I don't know what this thing is with the early in the morning phone calls. Most people, God-fearing people, sir, don't get going until 7:30 a.m. The honorable member calls you like 6:15. Always bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, excited to be able to share with you his guidance for improvement of yourself or what it is that you're doing. And on Sundays too, correct, yes. But I think if we were to single somebody out of the team in relation to their impact and reach to every other member of the party, behind the Honourable Prime Minister, it would have to be the Honourable Member for St. George North. He has been a father, St. James North, sorry. It definitely was not St. James North, sir. So he has been a father to those who needed a father. He's been a brother to those who needed a brother. He's been a friend to those who needed a friend. And I will say this, I've had the distinction of following him many places, but the one place where he had to follow me was when we were accorded the honor and dignity of becoming senior counsel in Barbados. And he followed me, sir, and I will exercise my memory as long as his exists to keep pointing this out to him that he is my junior, only by dint of the circumstance of last name. Because, sir, at that time, and you, sir, at that time, you were called alphabetically. Being Abram, sir, I found myself senior to Hinkson and senior to Holder. And I take the greatest pleasure in that, sir, because every time the Honourable Member points out to me that he is guiding me and he has led me, I will point out to him that at some point in time you followed me, junior, behave. Sir, he's a genuine person. If you ask me to throw out some words that describe him, immediately that come to mind, Eddie is genuine. What you see is what you get. He does not hold his mouth. If he has words for you, he will tell you exactly what he wants to tell you. You are in no doubt where you stand with your Honourable Member for St. James North or what his position is on any subject. He has the sharpest tongue possible. We have seen him dismantle people in here, that sometimes it takes you a while to realize that you're being stripped off of all your clothes and beat with a cat of nine tails. And when you catch yourself smiling, you realize, wait, the butt of the joke is actually me. Well, not me, but I'm trying to not refer to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, but, you know, sir, I give the lines, please read between them. But the Honourable Member of St. James North is an astute politician. Tongue sharp, wit sharp, humor sharp, and as I said, sir, memory rail long. I have enjoyed sitting on this side and being able to see the Honourable Member when we're in here. I will for certain miss his presence in here. But I have no doubt that if he remains true to form, he will follow each and every one of us. And when the thought occurs to him and he thinks he can help us to do better for ourselves, for the party, or for Barbados, the call will come and the advice will be offered. I sign off, sir, as he must know, by saying the Honourable Member for St. James North is certainly a man of the people. He's a man for the people. He's a man for the people of St. James North. And he's an exemplary son, an example and mentor, and an asset to Barbados. I wish him every success in whatever life has in store for him from here on. And I have no doubt that whatever it is, he will be as successful at that as he has been to almost every other thing that he's ever turned his attention to. I salute him, sir, and I thank him for his service.
Honourable for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, as I rise to speak on the adjournment as well. First, let me unburden myself with what I am feeling on my chest, because when I used to get those early morning calls, I thought I was the only person. I felt quite special, you know, getting early morning calls from the member for St. James North, who would often share advice and, you know, give me guidance, and I really appreciate it. I thought it was special, not recognizing now that half the Parliament getting these early morning calls as well, you know. So, somehow I felt, I'm not diminishing him, but I feel diminished in some way, not feeling as special as I used to feel. But I thank you nonetheless, the member for St. James North, for those wonderful and very inspiring conversations. Yes, early in the morning. I am an early morning person, and he knows that. Sometimes 4 o'clock I'm up preparing for my day. And he would use that his advantage and call me at 5:30. And we would have sometimes half-hour conversations talking about everything under the sun. But of course, politics was featured highly in those conversations. And as I think back, not remembering, of course, the old school, you know, that we had the benefit of going to together. But I remember one of my first professional meetings with the Honourable Member was actually not in politics, was actually at my uncle's law practice, the late Philip Mosley. And the Honourable Member was there working in his practice, and we were able to meet and have a discussion in the conference room. I don't know if the Honourable Member remembers that, but that is when he was telling me about his work with the membership for the disabled and the Salvation Army, the Lions, and all of those things, and trying to start that mentoring process with me as a young professional, you know, coming up in society. I also think as well, when I remember and think of the Honourable Member, I think of his vast memory, as the member for Christchurch East said, but his vast memory about political history. You know, and I would often think that I knew a lot of political history, but I didn't know half as much of the political history that the Honourable Member knew. Not only because of his age, but because he also remembers all of the members, all of the dates, when they were elected, when they left office, what positions they held, all the different controversies all through politics. A vast, vast knowledge of political history of the Barbados Labour Party. But I had to teach him one, and I'll give you this one now. I remember he was relating to me, well, you know, I have 4 members of my family that were members of the House of Assembly, you know, and he called off Darry Foster, who was one of the early members, the father actually to Ermi Bourne, who was the second member to his family. And then, as the Prime Minister said, the deputy president from the other place, who was a member here, and himself. And it got me to thinking, members of family who served in Parliament. I said, but Eddie, yes, I think you have 4, but I have 5. He said, that is true. I said, yes, there are 5 of my members. There is, and if you forgive me to call their names, there is Freddie Miller, who was a minister, his brother, Tommy Miller. Then there was Billy Miller, the 3 Millers. And of course, we forgive the other one. Don't mind he was on the other side, but he was still a Miller, Peter Miller. And then me, I don't carry the Miller name, but I am certainly one of the Miller clan. And Eddie had to concede, the member for St. James North had to concede that I was absolutely correct, that there were actually 5 members that had preceded me in this honourable chamber. But of course, it wasn't always cordial with myself and the honourable member. There was a time, Mr. Speaker, that I was a new member of the Barbados Labour Party. Well, actually, we were new in finding our feet in the Barbados Labour Party. I had actually joined in 1986, a few years before. But we decided that we were going to run for an open seat on the executive of the Barbados Labour Party, 3rd vice president, the lowest position, or one of the lower positions of the Barbados Labour Party. And it was going to be held at the Labour College. Actually, the conference was held at the Labour College. And Eddie says, well, you can't get there before me. I run in against you. I said, okay, I take on the challenge. And then, in addition, somebody who was also in our party at the time decided that he is going to come in and unseat both of us. One, Mr. Franklin, who is now, I think he was a senator for a while and so on. You know exactly the one I speak of. And so I decided, I got these two guys who are older than me and able to canvass lots of people and so on. Certainly one representing St. Thomas. St. Thomas used to have the largest number of people in at conference. What I gonna do? I decide I can write a little mini manifesto. So I write a little mini manifesto, and I had all my people handing out this mini manifesto on the day of conference. And when Eddie and when the two other people I was running against get there, they said, wait, well, this man, we ain't got nothing so. We ain't so prepared, but I had this mini manifesto of who I was and what I was going to do and how the Barbados Party was going to do this and so on, what I would do as third vice president. I caught him off guard. And because at the end of the day, if you fail to plan, plan to fail. And I always plan. And needless to say, when the final votes were counted, I was able to sway St. Thomas. And when the final votes were counted, I was able to join the National Council as the third vice president for the party. And Eddie never let me forget that story either. And we would always joke about it all through whenever we got a chance to speak. You know, I also remember when I think of our interactions with the member for St. James North, it's his foundation. And you know, certainly even before I was in politics and then when I was a backbencher, every time of the year, you know, you would get an early call. Well, you know, we got the dinner on. You know, you're buying 10 tickets, right? And he won't tell me how much tickets I could buy. He's going to tell me how much tickets he expects me to buy. And of course, very difficult for me to say no. I would say yes. How much have you tell me to buy? I can buy, and I buy the tickets, give them out, and so on. Needless to say, I have seen that foundation's annual dinner grow and grow. In fact, I remember they used to have a silent auction. And at one of them, one of my favorite things is getting into the silent auction. I got into the silent auction for the Barbados Party. I would get into the silent auction at his, and I won quite a few things, including a book. I remember very carefully a book. It was a one-of-a-kind book that a lady, an author, had written, and I had bid for it and won, and I have it up to this day. So, and needless to say that foundation dinner has grown and grown and grown, and I have no doubt it has provided for the people of St. James North many, many opportunities, taking the funds raised from that to be able to share it in the community to help and empower constituents. The member for St. James North has been a very, very strong and vocal supporter for the community of the disabled. And no one could say otherwise. And of course, as the Prime Minister remarked, it obviously came a lot from his own experience in his own family, and his advocacy for that particular community has been stellar. And Barbados clearly, with no answer. In fact, I remember another one. I remember when we were doing the disabled parking tickets, parking tags. And the honourable member would call me and say, because then I was Minister of Transport, we need to get these parking tags. We need to get these parking tags. And as the Prime Minister said, relentless. Like a Doberman, when he catch on to something, cannot let go. Cannot let go. Until we eventually were able to get the parking tickets done. And although and I certainly consider the honourable member a strong and true friend. There were other times when he took some stress for me by email. I wouldn't say anything more than that. But there was certain amount of stress that he and one other member here took for me by email, and I thank him. I thank him for that, taking that stress and that shielding me from what was a very, very difficult and tremendously hard time in my life.
I'm saying that the honourable member for St. George South is smiling.
Yeah, but he was not the one that took the stress, though. But he heard about it.
Yes.
He heard about it. He heard about it for sure. Just to say, Mr. Speaker, this honourable chamber will be poor for not having a strong member like the member for St. James North. Like me, he faced a tough nomination. In fact, we faced those nominations with the same Prime Minister in the chair, not the current one, but the same one, who may not have been the most supportive at the time for our nominations, but yet still we prevailed. And I think it goes to show that, you know, when you make a decision that you want to go for something, go after it. There's a saying that fortune favors the brave. And I must say, the honourable member for St. James North is a very brave man. And that is why fortune has favored him. And I am certain that he will continue to serve this country in the same way and diligence that he served the party and served his constituency in whatever forum he moves to serve. And he can absolutely say, even although now I feel a little diminished that I'm not the number one friend, that all of us will continue to remain your forever friends. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable member for St. Philip South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise early to speak on the amendment. And the adjournment, sorry, in support of my colleague and friend, the honourable member for St. James North. And I attribute greatness to the honourable member. And perhaps the most fitting way I can describe that greatness is in the words of the great man himself, Robert Lester Marley, and I quote, "The greatness of a man is not in how much wealth he acquires, but in his integrity and his ability to affect those around him positively," unquote. My memory with the honourable member dates back to when I took the challenge to participate in the 2013 election for the Barbados Labour Party in the constituency of St. Philip North. And back then, when I first met the honourable member, he came to me in a very gentle way, as he often does, and says to me, "Enda, I'm happy to meet you." And he introduced himself and he said, "What are your thoughts in St. Philip North?" And I admitted to him then that I had undertaken a constituency that was not going to be easily won. And I also admitted to him that I'm coming up against a minister at the time who was not only strong in the constituency, but strong nationally. And Eddie looked at me and said, "I know quite a bit about housing. I actually served on the board." And fate would have it that under the leadership of the opposition then, we were going into a period of estimates. And the then leader, the late Owen Arthur, asked me to do the write-up on housing. And he asked me to surround myself with people who have been there. And of course, Eddie's name came up. And we started a committee to look at housing. And I personally thought that he would have chaired the committee. But lo and behold, when we got to headquarters, he looked at me and said, "So, Endar, what do you want us to look at? Because you are chairing the committee." And I was like, "But how can I chair a committee when I'm new to this thing? You are on the board, and I'm seeking your guidance." And he said, "Guidance you will have, but chairing the committee is your responsibility." And he did provide his guidance. We discussed everything around housing that we can look at. He's the one that asked me to focus on Coverley and not to let go, because that was 100 acres of agricultural land that was going to go into a housing project at pittance. And for him, that scored highest among political issues at a time when nationally the incumbent was receiving support, I think, building 500 houses or something like that. And Eddie said to me, "Here are the facts. These are the things you should cover." And he dictated the areas on that project that I should research, speak about, and write about for the estimates. And then he also told me that I should look as well at the houses that were going to be given to people who were occupying them for over a certain period of time, and that I should also focus on that. So when it came to actually preparing the document, after I had gone and done all the research, etc., we came back to another committee meeting, and Edmund said to me, "Okay, Endar, you have the facts." I said, "Okay, so will you now prepare the document for the estimates?" And he said, "No, my friend, I have work to do. I left my practice to come over here to help you, but not to write the document for you. Let me see it when it's finished." And the rest is history. I've had the pleasure, the distinct pleasure, of being on the ground in my constituency with the honorable member. And even then, in his very gentle way, he said to me, "You are going to win this election, but you have to stay on the ground." And he committed himself to being in St. Philip South, to canvass for me, even though he was contesting the same election in St. James North. And whilst it is true that when we contested the 2013 election, he won his seat and I didn't win mine, he assured me that this time around victory was imminent. And he got on the ground with me. He introduced me to some techniques in canvassing, went to houses with me, showed me how to approach people, especially those who took long to answer. And Eddie had a way with those. He was always very pleasant, found something around the house to talk about, and then got into the canvassing. Many times I felt a little irritated at the length of time it would take to talk about a garden, a window, a door, before we get into the meat of the matter, because I had to cover houses. And he would always knock me and say to me, "I am dealing with this." And most times when we left, we had it conquered, so that I can attribute my lead to the work that was done in my constituency by the honorable member. But it didn't end there at all. He is an extremely friendly and cordial gentleman and made friends with most of the members on my team. And he said to me, your team would last with you for as long as you shared with them and participate with them. And so therefore, I found it very easy to invite the honorable member to events in my constituency, but more importantly, to the homes of many people in my constituency who had social events. And this became a pattern in St. Philip South. The many nights we spent at the home of my good friend in Bel Air Terrace, in Crane, in Gemswick at times, and equally at my branch meetings, whenever he was available, he was there to help me. So I figured that he became an honorary member of St. Philip South by dint of the work that he put in on the ground, but equally in helping me to secure my victory in that election. Of course, he was tasked with the responsibility to speak at one of my meetings, and he was only given 20 minutes on that platform because the list of speakers was so long. And you may cast your minds back to his presentations in this honorable chamber, attacking the incumbent, who was at the time the Attorney General, but who also shared the same school with the honorable member. And I need not remind you of some of the blows that he put in the incumbent then, here in Parliament, but particularly at that meeting in St. Philip South. His time on the platform kept increasing and increasing because he was tearing the incumbent to shreds. And everybody was like, don't take him down yet. So he went on and on for a good 45 minutes rather than 20 minutes, speaking on my behalf, but at the same time, tearing the incumbent to shreds. And when I tell you about blows, I consider those political blows. Of course, I didn't have much to do after that because my style was completely different. But the honorable member made it very easy for me in having to deal with him in a political manner that I believe is unmatched up to this day when it comes to a speech in my constituency where the incumbent had to incur the wrath of a visitor who had nothing to lose and all to gain in making sure the people of St. Philip South understood what it was to choose. And I thank him for that. I also know that he spoke to me at length, and we had several conversations even after the 2018 election, where we were also colleagues in cabinet. And he would remind me of the early mornings he would rise to make calls for birthdays. And he asked me if I had such a system. And of course, admittedly, I didn't. And to be very honest with you, I do not have the kind of stickability to wake up so early on mornings to be calling people on birthdays. So I usually use my phone to send messages, or I would pick up myself and go to people's houses, especially if they're very old, to present myself to them. But the honorable member made it his business to call his constituents early on mornings to wish them happy birthday. And were that not enough, he also made it his business to attend funerals, repeatedly making sure that he is present with families who have lost their loved ones. And of course, the genuine care that he had for people, he made sure that he was always in a position to be able to support anything that he's doing in his constituency through his fundraising events. I can never consider him a selfish man because he often exchanged with all of his colleagues the importance of being able to raise funds to be able to support your campaign. He was very, very, very deep when it comes to integrity. This honorable member perhaps hardly ever got the support of anyone other than through the fundraising events that he successfully pulled together to be able to support his campaign and to support his people on the ground. And he would constantly urge us to make sure we can do similar, especially in the times that we exist in. And I know of a very, what should I call it, famous topical case in Barbados that we discussed in the members' room. And he said to me, Indar, you see what I tell you? Don't take things from nobody, raise your own funds. And I know for a fact that he was adamant that he ain't taking nothing from nobody, but he was gonna raise his own funds. And he said to me, Indar, you are gonna continue to do well in your constituency, but I urge you, please, make sure you do not do like some others. Always in a very gentle, gentle voice. And when I say like some others, I mean that period or that lustrum we went through, which many refer to as a period of a lost decade, where right across Barbados, there was deep concern about corruption in politics. And if ever I have been tutored or mentored, I will always remember he saying to me, you see what I tell you? Do not ever give anybody a chance to label you. And my brother, which I would disclose to most, my brother, Masonic brother, has made sure that he brought me through the challenges of elective politics and that he stayed by my side. And we didn't always have a good or cordial relationship. There were times when we called it frank. And I do recall a particular incident, which I will not raise here, where the honorable member and I actually clashed. And we clashed over a matter which I felt in principle I was right, and he felt in principle he had a job to do. And it didn't last long, because at the end of the day, whatever differences stood between us, we got over them. I also know his wife from my days at Cave Hill. There were perhaps 2 programs we were in simultaneously. I do recall one was Train the Trainer, and the other one might have been the MBA program. But she also is a brutally frank woman. So in an environment where he is frank and she is frank, I would have loved to see what happens there. But they have always been there for each other. I've always admired the honorable member and his wife, their public appearances, the unity that one can see, and the good energy between the two of them. And I personally owe him a debt of gratitude for the mentorship that he put me through. And I always admire how the honorable member stood out in his fight for people who are living with disabilities. And if there's one thing that would leave an indelible mark on me, if I were to choose from the work done by the honorable member, it will be his commitment to working for a better life for people who are living with disabilities, including challenging me in my ministry to make sure that they are considered when we are doing projects and when we are looking to hire or create opportunities for people. So, Mr. Speaker, I am deeply saddened by the fact that we will be losing this honorable member in this chamber, especially when it comes to robust debates, when it comes really to taking on the opposition, when it comes really to being able to present on behalf of the government, and when it comes to being able to speak on behalf of constituents, whether it be in his constituency or in support of his colleagues. And I strongly believe that all of us will be deplored by his departure. I wish to take on behalf of myself and my family to wish him every success in his future endeavors, and to say to him, we will always, always be together and be friends, no matter where you are, and that even though you have created a space in this honorable chamber, you will never create a space on the ground when we come to that time where it becomes so tumultuous that your voice will be needed on a platform in St. Philip South. And so, my good friend, I wish to thank you for your stewardship. I wish to thank you for the work you have done for the people of Barbados and for the Barbados Labour Party, but more importantly, for the support you give to all of us, either whilst in cabinet or here in Parliament. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Michael North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I too rise to speak on the adjournment, and I don't intend to be long, Mr. Speaker, but as was stated by the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, our Prime Minister, there are not many opportunities like this where we get to celebrate, where we get to honor, recognize, and appreciate members who have served our country with distinction, served in this Parliament, this Honourable House, and as the youngest member in this Parliament at this current time, I would not want to let this opportunity pass without being able to lend my voice in support of recognizing one of our honorable and distinguished members who has given 12 years of his life as the Member of Parliament for St. James North and 30+ years of his life in service to our nation. The Honourable Member for St. James North is a father, a husband, an advocate, an attorney at law, a Member of Parliament, a gentleman, a partner, a friend, a colleague, a brother. He is quite jovial and affable. I'm not sure if people really outside of these chambers get the pleasure of hearing his laugh. But it is one of those laughs that when you hear it, you just want to be drawn into it and you want to participate because he laughs from his gut. He laughs with all that is within him. I am sad today to see him exit this honorable chamber. But I am equally, and I would even say more so, honored to have had the opportunity to serve with him in this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, politics can be a very lonely endeavor. As much as we support each other as colleagues and we're all on this journey together in our various constituencies within which we represent, and of course at the level of cabinet where we serve together, Sometimes you can feel like you're at it by yourself. And there are not many people who will understand and appreciate what we go through. But from the time I expressed my interest in coming into elective politics and in expanding and extending my service to this level, there was one person who was always there with a gentle and reassuring word to give me confidence in my decision to move forward in this regard, and also to pledge his support. And I don't know, Honourable Member for St. James North, through you, sir, if he really understands how much that means to a young Member of Parliament, to a young candidate even, before becoming Member of Parliament. I cannot sufficiently underscore the depth to which your support in words and in actions have meant to me personally, and how it has already begun to shape my ideas, and my ideals relative to representation. I have tremendous respect for the Honourable Member for St. James North. My relationship with him dates back quite a while, because before I became the Member of Parliament, the Honourable Member for St. James North had a long-standing relationship with St. Michael North, with the Honourable Member who represented that constituency with distinction as well for 27 years. So even as I was serving in my capacity at that time, working with the Honourable Member, former Member for St. Michael North, that is where I realized that connection between St. James North and St. Michael North. I would see the Honourable Member for sure at every annual Christmas occasion, a luncheon that we would have for senior citizens. And it was there that I began to see that politics is not just about the service to your constituents, but it's also about supporting your colleagues. And it extended beyond that time in my journey and into this time, this phase of my journey, where if there is one person that you can bank on, seeing physically and being there, when it is a party event, when it is a national event, whatever it may be, you can almost guarantee that you're going to have the physical support and presence of the Honourable Member for St. James North. And that goes a very long way. One of the things that has always impressed me about the Honourable Member is his extremely accurate recall of historical details. I believe that this House is going to be the worst off not having this Honourable Member sitting here, because he is one that can always keep us in check relative to the historical facts, especially political historical facts, down to the date at which different things would have occurred. And I, as a young MP, once again, I'm always quite impressed that someone can hold as a repository so much political fact and information in their head. It is something that I can only hope and pray that with time and with the lengthening of my own teeth in this political game, to be able to have that level of precision relative to the historical facts of this particular island, Barbados, but of course, his extends to the region and internationally as well. Another thing that has always caught me, and one that I believe that I have sought to emulate even within my own journey within Parliament, is the level of thorough dedication that the Honourable Member for St. James North takes to his presentation for debates. You would see him come in and quietly sit in front of his laptop. He would take out his notepad, and those of us who know him well knows he always has a little pocketbook with him as well, with so much information. I don't know if he were to ever lose that pocketbook, what would happen to him. I think he would probably lose his way home, because I think even his address is contained in that little pocketbook. He puts everything in these little pocketbooks. I don't know how many of them he has written out in his political journey, but I'm sure he has all of them safely put aside. But I would see him in dedicated preparation for his speeches, whether it doesn't matter what the nature of the debate is. You will see the honorable member acquit himself to sit and prepare himself, do his research. And any time he stood in this honorable chamber, I stayed tuned because I knew that we were going to get a lesson in not only history, but there was also a philosophical grounding that he would bring to all of his presentations in this place. And he is one that I have always looked forward to listening to and sitting at his feet, and that I will miss deeply. As a member of parliament, he has set very high standards for all of us. It has been mentioned already that he has a system of calling his constituents on their birthday. It is one of those tips he has also sought to share with me. It is something that I, even as the honorable member who spoke before me, I seek to utilize the technology to do just that. But I admire the dedication and commitment of a person who can get up each and every day and call whatever number of constituents are celebrating a birthday. Not only to make the effort to call, but to make the effort to catalog that information and then utilize it in such a personal and intimate way to make sure that his people knows that they are on his mind, even as they celebrate their special day. His work relative to fundraising has been mentioned, and I once again want to express a personal note of gratitude to him, because even as I have now sought to embark on the exercise of fundraising at the level of a foundation and to give support to the work being done in St. Michael North, I have the first person that I sought to reach out to for guidance, for wisdom, for direction, and of course, for support would have been the honorable member for St. James North. And he met with my team and I as we were just in the planning phases, and he shared without reservation. He shared his history, he shared his experiences, he shared the ups, the downs, the pitfalls, the challenges, and the ways that he was able to be successful in navigating his fundraising exploits over these many years. And not just the idea of fundraising, but we have been able to see how his team, through the Clarkson Foundation, has been able to make a tremendous positive impact in educational programming, developmental programming, and other charitable work that has been done. And I don't believe it's just limited to the people of St. James North, but I believe that his reach through that foundation has gone across the nation. And I believe that he should be applauded, and his team should be applauded for that. I see many things in the honorable member for St. James North that can be emulated by all of us as members of parliament. I believe that he has set a blazing trail for all of us to follow. I believe that he is one that has shown that there can be decency in politics, even whilst there are people who would consider it to be a field of endeavor that can be fraught with many challenges, and it can have a level of indecency that can be associated with it. But I believe that in the member for St. James North, we have a statesman, a person who has represented himself honorably, who has discharged his duties relative to advocating on the behalf of those persons living with disabilities, advocating on behalf of those persons who have been less fortunate within our society in one way or the other, a person who has been very straight in understanding the philosophies and underscoring and emphasizing and embodying the philosophy of this great institution that we all represent, the Barbados Labour Party, in seeking to make a better life for our people. I am honored to have had the opportunity to serve with him in this capacity, the honorable member for St. James North, that is, to serve with him in this capacity. I look forward to where his journey will take him next, because if there's one thing that I know for sure, he will continue to give of his utmost best in service and in dedication to making sure that this country can grow from strength to strength. Mr. Honourable Speaker, through you, I want to wish the Honourable Member for St. James North a happy retirement from this place. I want to wish him an enlightened, inspired, challenging, and rewarding next phase of his life. I want to congratulate his family for supporting him over the years, his teams from all the various branches, from the branch members, and of course all the different entities that he has been a part of, from the Lions to the St. John's Ambulance. Every single person who has been a part of his journey, I want to congratulate them for playing their role in making this man the man that he has been and continues to be. May he have good life, long life, good health, prosperity in all of his endeavors. And with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also intend to be very brief as I speak on this adjournment. You know, it is now a term young people use. You say you should give people their flowers when they can smell them and see them. And I think it is indeed fitting that we have an opportunity to so do for the Honourable Member for St. James North. He is indeed most deserving of all his flowers, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I sat here and I thought of what I would share very briefly on my friend, I thought of our first few conversations when at the time it was rumored that I may be running or getting myself involved in politics. And I was very undecided at the time whether I should run. There were rumors circulating about where I would run and for whom I would run. And like most other members, I also received those early morning calls. And the Honourable Member proved at that time to be interested, I think, in my welfare and in my well-being. And I can only say to Barbados that in the Honourable Member for St. James North, we have perhaps one of the most genuine and authentic persons to grace this Parliament and indeed this country, I would say, for a long, long, long time. And I say so because, Mr. Speaker, sir, at the time, nobody knew me really, not politically anyway. And for him to have invested that level of time and effort in my own development, giving me guidance, giving me examples and references, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am very thankful for it. And the first word that came to mind, and all of them begin with the letter E, was encouraging. I find him to be very encouraging, as you will hear from every other member who will speak in this place, sir. The Honourable Member encourages you even as you're going through difficult and undecided periods. I must also say that during politics, since we were on the same team, on the times that I found myself, you know, I speak my mind sometimes, the times that I found myself in trouble, I would get a call, are you okay? You know, how are you doing? And those kind of things. I really appreciated those calls, Mr. Speaker, sir. And so I want to begin by saying that he's encouraging. Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe also in terms of his work, and I know we will all speak about disabilities, but I believe one of his more enduring legacies will be in the reform of immigration. And I do not think that the Honourable Member receives as much support and as much credit for immigration, because when we came to office, the Immigration Department was considered to be not a very well-functioning organization. And by the time he left that place, it was considered to be perhaps the most efficient and best functioning department in the government, to the point where the call-in program narrative has shifted so much that persons were calling in on the call-in program to praise the Immigration Department. And I believe that that is due to the work of the Honourable Member, and I will say it again, I do not believe that he receives enough credit for that particular intervention. It was tremendous work that was done while he was Minister responsible for immigration. So enduring, I believe he would have an enduring legacy, Mr. Speaker, sir. And then thirdly, we all have all said it, when it comes to organizing and fundraising, he is efficient and effective. I do not think there is another person in this party, and I believe all of us are very well organized, to be honest, but I do not think any of us can claim to be as organized as the Honourable Member for St. James North in terms of his note-taking, his loyalty to the statistics, He knows when people come in his constituency. He knows when they leave. He knows the persons with disabilities. He knows the elderly. Very, very, very well organized. That is the truth. I have tried to model my own systems after his. I was just saying to the Honourable Member for St. Peter that there is an older lady in my constituency who I get along with very well, and I visit her fairly frequently, but she constantly scolds me because she said when she lived in St. James North that the Honourable Member used to call her every birthday, and that I have not yet called her on her birthday. You set the bar extremely and uncomfortably high for me, Mr. Honourable Member. But though this is how I have tried to model my own career. And I think it is not only a birthday call, but I think it is a genuine interest in ensuring that people at least get a call on their birthday. We do not recognize the times that we live in and the lack of care that is shown from one person to another, Mr. Speaker, sir. And if her opinion of those calls is anything to go by, then I suspect that all of your constituents, as I saw on the news, they keep saying that you call them on their birthday. I think it matters immensely to people, especially someone of his stature would take the time to call. The fourth E, Mr. Speaker, sir, is empathetic. We are politicians, we are policymakers, we have to pass legislation, we have to do policy. This is all part of our work. And we can do this work and get it done very, very well, but there is a space in this work. It is not only hard work. For those who will do it well and do it best, it is heart work. And I must say that the Honourable Member puts his heart in his work. And I've seen it as we were leading on the disabilities legislation. I will not get into that, obviously, but we know the amount of work that the Honourable Member has put in when he was chairman of that committee. In fact, we worked very closely together on it, and I have said to him privately, and I will say publicly, I do not know that we would have been able to complete such good work. The kind of work that is embraced by a community totally as being reflective of their needs and their desires in much the way that this bill and this policy was accepted because of the work of the Honourable Member. You will go down, sir, in history as being remembered for perhaps being the most integrally involved person in the most transformative piece of legislation to grace this Parliament. And I want to thank him personally, sir, because as chairman of that committee, I had the privilege of working with him and doing for the people of Barbados, for the persons with disabilities, I think correcting a wrong and an injustice that was dealt to them, sir. And I know he has told me privately that the one thing that he came to politics to do, the one thing that he came to politics and public life to do, was to be able to improve the lives of persons with disabilities, and that he could not feel comfortable leaving this place unless that particular work was done. And therefore, I know he can now leave with a clear conscience and a good heart because that work was done, and that work was done, even though I'm the minister, I say so for sure, that work was done largely because of the input and the effort and the leadership and the guidance of the Honourable Member for St. James North. And then my final E, Mr. Speaker, sir, is eternal. And it is said that you may not remember what people do or what people say, but you always remember how they make you feel. I have never had an engagement with the member for St. James North where I walked away feeling anything other than
visiting the homeland, the great admiration for the African continent, and how you would love to see our people at least respect the philosophical guidelines of Pan-Africanism and so on. But I'm not going to give you that name yet. I'm not going to label you that way. You are a social democrat. And if you need a man to be just and fair, to keep a balance in this House of Assembly, it is Eddie, not me. It is this man, this representative for the people of St. James. And Eddie, I think that you have made a major impact on the body politics of Barbados. Some people come here and they go, and nobody can even remember when they say good morning. There's not a line that came from their mouth that we remembered in the history of the politics of Barbados. But Eddie, that is not you. You've etched your name in the annals of political history in this country. And I hope that you continue to keep in contact with me, or you might save me. You might save me. And people say a lot of things about me. Some of the things that they say I don't even know about. But Eddie, you are my man. I respect you a lot. I really consider you to be a brother. I really consider you to be a friend. And may God bless you as you go forward in your endeavors. Thank you very much.
Sit down, man.
Honourable Member St. George, South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on this adjournment. And Mr. Speaker, I rise with a mixture of sadness and pride to pay tribute to a remarkable colleague and friend. And Mr. Speaker, I think April the 10th was 14 years that I became a candidate to run or to contest in nomination in St. George South. But I recall the Honourable Member and I, our days at party conferences, and I recall in 2010 when we met officially. He knew me before because he sat on the board. I think it was NC Soup board with my wife, who I was dating then, and I would often see him, and she would often speak about him. Someone with great intellect, and she would always say that to me. And when I met Edmund in 2010, I think I met him under some strange circumstances when he was an attorney in a case, an accident that occurred with my good father, Luther Sutherland, and Eddie was the lawyer, the attorney for the other party, and I think we met under those circumstances. And I told Eddie, you know, don't mind, my dad was a bit agitated when we met, and Eddie even made him more agitated with some words. Eddie told him back then that my task going into St. George South would have been a mammoth task, having to run against probably one of the most popular female politicians then in government. And Eddie and I, we had the number of back and forth. I think we exchanged numbers, and he gave me a challenge in the nomination as well, and I lived up to that challenge. And thereafter, I would say we became friends because I heard my doorbell. He called and he said, can I come to your house? I can't deny him. We're neighbors and colleagues, members of a great party. I said, come. And we sat and we discussed strategy for a nomination. At the time, Eddie was going into a nomination similar to my own that was very vicious and had, you know, parties within the party. It was a very vicious nomination. And I recall us discussing strategy, how I went about my own, and how he should go about his. And I told him, from what I can see, you will win yours. And he won his then. And then we became candidates. And I recall we would talk on our phones daily, how when we having rubbing shoulders, how we intend to win our election back in whenever it was called. And I recall the former Prime Minister dragging out the election. But one thing Eddie often said to me, and he said to me, he said, Dwight, excuse me for calling her Eddie, the Honourable Member for St. James North. He said to me, the only way we can win this is if we stay on the ground. And I have this one thing I can say when I look around, and I hope people don't feel offended with my comment. I think Eddie is probably, I would call him a ground game man. Someone would say a groundhog. In addition to his intellect, Eddie mastered the art of canvassing and staying in contact with his people. And that is very versatile, because you don't often find politicians having such a broad scope, being able to command policy, because Eddie, in opposition and under the Oinata administration, Eddie had the opportunity to be board chairman. Eddie had the opportunity to sit on boards, to lead various councils. So Eddie had the experience that myself never had. So I can say Eddie was always my senior. Coming to public life, I learned a lot from Edmund Hinkson, the member for St. James North. And if you want someone with a vast library of the Labour Party, I heard someone mention it today, a vast library, a wealth of knowledge about the history of the Labour Party. I think my first document on the history of the Labour Party I received from you, the member from St. James North. And as neighbors, I heard the calls, but Eddie, member for St. James North, I believe you talked to me more than you spoke with all them between 2011 and 2018, because we were the young crop on that side. And I sat next to Eddie, member for St. James North, and indeed we had fierce battles with the government of the day. And I can say Eddie was witty and sharp like a razor with his rebuttals. And I heard the honourable member for St. Michael East and the honourable members for St. Michael Northeast mention Eddie's debating skills. In addition to his intellect, Eddie was very thorough, methodical. So when Eddie begins to debate, Eddie had his book. I heard the honourable member for St. Michael Northeast mention his book. And Eddie had notes on healthcare, education, I can tell you labor, public works, energy. Edmund was well researched. And I credit him and our success back then in championing the cause, the five of us as the five young Turks, the member for St. Michael Southeast as well, who was vicious as well. I was the least among the vicious ones. The member for St. Michael Southeast, the member for the city, the former member for the city, the member for St. James North, and myself. We were the four who took on the government of the day between 2013 and 2018. Because some days when we look around, we can't find my friend for St. Michael East. Even though he supported us, and it was just the four of us, four young Turks, we called ourselves, battling against the government of the day. Well-researched. But the member for St. James North led the team as it relates to the knowledge, not only the history of the party, but indeed what I call the repertoire or the reservoir of knowledge on every single sector. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me speak to Eddie as a man who inculcated not only political wisdom to me, but the value of family. I heard the member for St. Michael North mention it briefly. But I will say this. Whenever we finished a debate or whenever we came through conflict, because we never always agreed on everything, Eddie would always say to me, Dwight, what we have in common, good families and family values. And he would always say that after we leave these hollow chambers and we go to our fixed places of a board or we go to our second sojourn, like he will go on it, and the challenges, and we are faced with the challenges and the turmoils and all of the criticism, all we have to turn to is our families. And I want to thank you for the continuous reinforcement of the family values, because it is very challenging as a politician to face what we face and what we do on a daily basis and still remain in contact with our children, our spouses, our parents. It is a very challenging task that we have, and I don't think that at times the public, or some of us, very own colleagues, understand the challenge that we face to balance public life with family life. And I would say to you, Eddie, you have done that remarkably, and I admire you even more than I admire you as a politician for your family values. And I indeed admire you as an excellent parliamentarian, one with exemplary standards and one who have gone beyond the call of duty to ensure that this Barbados Labour Party's flag continues to fly high. But I also told Eddie, the member for St. James North, you know, it is so challenging to keep calling him the member for St. James North. We have become so close with each other that Eddie can literally tell me anything, and I tell him anything. And at the end of the day, you know, we would disagree to agree and say, man, Dwight, and he would always laugh that laugh. Either you were wrong, or I am wrong, or I was wrong. But at the end of the day, we would shake hands, and we would remain friends. We never always agreed. I heard the member for St. Michael's spoke about some internal battles that we had. And I indeed was on the opposite side of my good friend Eddie. But you know what? At the end of the day, the member for St. James North and I can press his doorbell, he'll open for me. He can ring my doorbell, I will open for him. And we look back on those days and we say, you know, we went through what we call the hornpipe. But at the end of the day, we are united for one good cause, to champion the cause of people and their development in this country. But I give up the honourable member for St. James North for someone that's dear to him when I met her back in 2018 when I was the Minister of Commerce, and she's sitting in the chamber. And I tell him, I have given you up now for your daughter, because she too came to work within the Ministry of Commerce and Business. And you can see that she's truly the member for St. James North daughter. And I speak to family now, because at the end of the day, family values is what, good family values is what will return this country to a level of respectability, what we in our youth knew this country was. When you can get into disagreements and at the end of the day, go to each other's house and speak to each other's children without anybody wanting to pull a gun on you or pull a knife on you. And that is what we endured as young people with respect to the family values that we came to this chamber with, and we will all leave with. He has gone before me. My time may be drawing near. We have both done 3 terms, and I know Eddie said he will run for 2 terms, but he did 3. I won't say what I told him, and I hope you don't say that. But indeed, I enjoyed your company, Eddie. I truly enjoyed those years of 2013 to 2018, because indeed, those were some watershed years where we had to battle as 4 young Turks on behalf of the Labour Party. And indeed, we had to shadow 4 and 5 ministries. I see the member has health. I recall Eddie shadowing health and education at one point in time. And indeed, the member for St. Michael Southeast. So we were shadow ministers for 3 and 4 different ministries. And it took us into the wee hours of the morning researching. And you can always find Eddie up at 1 and 2 o'clock, and then up at 6 o'clock calling you on mornings, asking you if you are prepared for the debate. And he would have the book next to me, and he would say, look, these are the notes. So the member for St. Michael East, you are absolutely correct. But I want to say to you, though we are sad to see you go, member for St. James North, we understand that chapters must close for new ones to begin. And I know that you will carry the same conviction and character into whatever you go to do that you brought to public life. So I end by saying to you, my friend and colleague, while I would want to say go in peace, I will want you to carry the conviction and the character and the principle and the passion and the profound dedication that you brought to public life, to your next life. And I have no doubt at all, whatever you go to do in that second sojourn, you'll be successful. And I thank you again for imparting knowledge on me and my colleagues, and I would ask God to continue to bless you and your family as you move from one career to the next. I thank you.
Honourable Member, Microsoft Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, speaking on this adjournment in honor and acknowledgement of our colleague and friend, it strikes me, sir, that all of our accounts of the man are similar, in fact, almost identical. It is heartening, it is instructive, it is important that that is the case. The measure of a man or a woman really comes down to the consistency of their character. And I feel that so strongly, sir, and there are those with whom I've interacted that know I feel that strongly. I once, sir, had the occasion to date a young man who, and a member for St. Michael South, who often asked me whatever became of him, will know who I am talking of, or may know. But why am I starting to tell this short story, sir? Because, you know, we went out perhaps once or twice. It didn't get past 2 times. And he treated me very well. But he treated the person who was serving us, who was waiting on us in the restaurant, terribly. And I sat there thinking, how could I distance myself in character and behavior and in this moment from this person and their behavior with someone he thought was not as important to impress as I was. And if that gentleman is listening, he may now know why I never answered his call ever again. The consistency of a person's character matters. And as I sat here listening this evening, I saw among us that we all started to scratch out different things that we were going to say about the member, for St. James North. And I don't think we need to, except in the interest of keeping it a little bit more brief, as I will. But I think that it goes to the heart of who this man is and who he has been to each of us. And we all have the same stories. I too have a story of meeting the honourable member in Golden Square for the first time when it was rumored, as it sometimes can be, that I might enter public service. And what struck me, and what speaks to how open and free of guile the gentleman is that he walked straight up to me, eyes open, arms figuratively open, to say, it's wonderful to meet you. I am, and I know that you are, and to begin a conversation. So there are those of us who think, who believe that because of our experience in a place, because we have been there before, because we are senior, because we are elder, that it means that we sit and wait for people to step forward and kiss the ring. It said so much to me, and to the credit of the Labour Party, if ever they needed an ambassador to encourage young people to get into political service, the member for St. James North should be that ambassador. Because it said to me, well, this is a Labour Party that does not stand on ceremony. This is a person who is interested to know who I am as an individual, to get a sense of what I might be able to offer, what might be my strengths, where I might need support, and to get to understand and to show me the family into which I was coming. And so if there's one thing I would say to us as an executive of the party and to the political leader, is to keep the member for St. James North in the role of ambassador for the Labour Party. But not only that, to keep that spirit, or to have that spirit emulated across other members as we welcome people into the party, because that is what people need. You know, to come to do this work, a friend of mine once told me that it must be a form of madness. To agree to serve as we serve. The public will not agree because they often don't see the depth of sacrifice. But we sometimes think, you know, I often tell young people with whom I'm working that when you go to interview for a job, you are interviewing the company as much as the company is interviewing you, right? We sometimes think, oh, well, we are here, and if you want to come to us, then you must satisfy us that you are all these things. But we really need to encourage people to get into political service, because it is exactly that, it is service. It is, as the member for St. Michael's South said, it is hard work. And it is thankless in the ways that we might expect, but it is gratifying in the ways in which we have an opportunity to serve people. I too, like others, have a story of the birthday calls. And not all of us, the member for St. James North has his birthday call approach. Others of us have other approaches that connect us with our constituents. But there's a friend of our family who told us a story once about the member. And he said to my husband and I, he said, well, you know, my family do not vote for y'all. And we are all friends. He said, my family is from St. James North. And when the member first started coming around, we made it clear, you don't have to come here because we are not voting for you. And he gave a wonderful impression of the member for St. James North. I won't try to do it, even though I do try from time to time. And I don't think mine is bad either. But he said, the member said, all right, that is okay. And he left. And for each member of the household, he continued with the birthday calls. But further to that, he kept going by the house and calling every person's name and asking how they are. And then when they repeated, my man, why are you coming here? He would smile and say, all right. We know that the member has a habit of saying true, even though he's not agreeing with you necessarily. It is a word that he says. And he kept saying that. And he said one day, a family member said they were doing some chores around the house. And I'm going to ask for the privilege to say the name only once, just to tell the story, sir. And he said, somebody said, well, I ain't see Hinkson for long. Y'all see him lately? And as they were saying that, up walks the member to say, hello, how you doing, once again. And he said, you know, I don't know how anybody else in the house voted after that, but I do feel that this man is somebody who cared about our well-being. And the point here really is not about birthday calls or whether we call on birthdays or not, or what is the method, each person's method of engagement that they choose. But the example here is really about service and inclusion and inclusiveness. And the fact that, listen, many of us who came to service in 2018, many of us younger members, came to this work with an orientation of inclusion. Came to this work having to tell people who canvassed with us and who walked with us, look, I am here to represent every person. That was our natural and remains our natural disposition and our natural inclination. Because that once you are elected, once you are the duly elected member of a constituency, you represent every single person. And not just voters, not just people who are 18 and above. Every single person. And that story for me embodies that example. But you know, sir, as I wrap up, before I get to the substantive work quickly that the members supported us with, I tend not to believe in mentorship as a thing, as an activity, because sometimes I feel it is not organic. And it's rare that every part of who somebody is, you want to emulate. What I have found has worked in my life and in my work is paying attention to the attributes in others that you have seen serve them. To pay attention to those things. Why does this person seem so peaceful? Why is this person so effective in this particular group? What is it that they're doing that I can start to model? And if ever there were to be a picture in the dictionary next to the word unflappable, it would be the photo of the member for St. James North. Because I do not even think a harsh word, well, some of the others may have been there for harsh words that got a certain response. I have not. But I certainly can tell that he has steeled himself for this work. Because we don't always get the kindness of words, even and especially sometimes from those right next to us. And in every moment, in every conversation, there's always a smile, there's always a gentleness of tone and of language that tells you whatever you are about to say is all right with me. You can go ahead and say it. Leadership is not always about being at the top. We lead from wherever we are. And the leadership that the Honourable Member has shown to each of us, the fact that we have the same story to tell, is what distinguishes him in service. Sir, the Honourable Member worked with me very closely as a new Minister of Technology, reasonably new, although it never feels like as if you're new, because from day one, you have to be quite old. You have to get on with it. And we worked together, and I say we worked together, in his capacity as chairperson of the Joint Select Committee on Governance, and taking evidence and being able to shepherd through the cyber crime legislation. It came before the committee in an unusual way, being referred as it was from the Senate, from the upper chamber. And it came in that way because it was a true pause to be able to listen to people and to say, we hear your concerns. We believe we have some answers to those concerns, and we want to hear whether there are others. Now, that work that the member led also led to other work, because as we heard in the chamber this evening, we were also called to defend the work before the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. And there again, the Honourable Member took up the mantle and put on the requisite armor, because he in fact never shrinks from a fight, from a worthy fight. And he carries the same temperament to the fight as long and as far as it is indicated, until such time as a different temperament becomes necessary. But in pulling that work together, the Honourable Member and I would have conversations about the substance, the ideology, the merit, on the left, on the right, up or down, good or bad, about what we were putting forward. It was an honest consideration, sir, of the legislation. And there were moments where he would say to me, well, why you all put that in there if you know that, so and so? And we would talk it through until we came to an honest conclusion. Sir, the work was never about ticking a box and just getting to the end because they told us that's what we had to do. The work was always about putting before the consideration of the people of Barbados the best effort of the government. A piece of legislation that we considered critical to protecting people's well-being, people's reputation, protecting the investments that taxpayers made in the digital infrastructure of this country. It was always about an honest presentation of the legislation in order to protect people, to make sure people felt heard and were heard. In truth, at one point I felt like I had to say to the honourable member, we cannot hear from everyone every day, all the time in perpetuity, because left to him, he would want to. He would want to make sure that there was no stone unturned in making sure that every Barbadian felt included in this work. It was not simply to be able to say we wrote a report, but it was about making sure that we did good work in the name of and on behalf of the people of Barbados. And so, sir, having looked on, having talked with this honourable gentleman for the last 9 years since I presented myself as a candidate, having benefited from observing his manner of engagement, from being able to watch and observe his doggedness with worthwhile matters, and, you know, the smile and the all right and the true that he gives you, it doesn't change. It doesn't change when he keeps asking you the same thing over and over because you haven't done it yet. The smile remains, as if to say, I can smile forevermore. You will never be able to shake my resolve on this matter, so get used to my face. I've learned from that. I've learned that not everything requires a stern voice, even in the midst of frustration. I am grateful to the Honourable Member for St. James North for those lessons, for his friendship, for the peace that he brought to this parliamentary party, even when he said nothing. And it is an example that I will carry in my pocket, that I will keep on my shoulder, that even when he is not in our sight, or may not be in our immediate hearing, even though he will continue to be a friend and a member and someone who contributes to the well-being of this country, that I will keep those lessons, and I hope that I continue to learn and grow from them as he continues to learn and grow in his next endeavors. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central.
Mr. Speaker, if I was to attract a word from the Lexian sphere to describe my good colleague and friend, the Member of Parliament for St. James North, I would have to confess to myself that that word would be selfless. And just by brief definition, the word selfless, I chose that word because that, by definition, is having little or no concern for oneself, especially with regard to fame, to position, or to money. It's the opposite of selfish, a selfless person, cares more about the well-being of others than their own. That is my definition of the Member of Parliament for St. James North. And I say that with unshackled freedom. I am happy to be able to associate myself with the Member of Parliament for St. James North. And when I use the word selfless, I date myself back to my entrance and my nascency in politics. And that was after my nomination in 2015. When I got a call in the next hours of the morning, around 4:35, from the Member of Parliament of St. James North. And I must admit, there's only one word the Member of Parliament used to call and describe me. He says, "Medic, you got a John Brown in your constituency living now, who is registered in St. James North. Medic, I don't need the votes. I can win St. James North for the 2018 election. I can win St. James North handsomely. But I need not to win by 1,000 votes. I don't need to win by 2,000 votes. But because of the demagogic behavior which this country was exposed to, I need this government to win seats. So I want you to go and visit this list that I'm giving you now. And he called out all the names. And I want you to visit these people, go and canvass them, because they're registered in my constituency, but they're living in yours. And I want you to be able to get those votes, because we need you to get over the line. The word selfless. The word selfless. And I am sure when he says so, I say, oh, you giving away votes? Well, I never heard that yet in my life. I've never heard, and I have never experienced. They have another member calling, saying to their colleagues, and I don't think I'm the only person who sits in that sphere. Here is, I have a lot of votes. My polls tell me, because I do my own polling too, I tell you, this man, before I heard colleagues talk about his cerebral capacity, but this gentleman who is the proud representative of St. James North, I must admit, has a canvas that is beyond comparison in terms of the information that he has. He knows every person. He knows every street. He knows every street. Like, he knows where every garbage is deposited in his constituency, because you get the calls 4 o'clock in the morning to tell me, medic, somebody just throw garbage in such and such place. I want you to call the SSA and get somebody to remove it. If a fisherman got a problem in the boat, the Member of Parliament for St. James North knows. And he has the information on a Saturday night at 1 o'clock in the morning. And he will share it with you on Sunday when you're enjoying lunch with your family. I remember one time he said, Eddie, you don't know this church time? He said, medic, every time it's Parliament time, it's politics time, and all politics local. And you have it on the ground, and you have to know what's going on. And those are conversations that took place on the phone between me and the Member of Parliament for St. James North. And I see persons shaking their head, because we have heard over the last 2 hours the same conversation from almost every single member that spoke before me. And you know the thing about it? We are speaking truth to power. We are speaking truth to power about the gentleman who represented St. James North with absolute distinction. Absolute. And I know that he continue the legacy set by this great party, the Barbados Labour Party. And I know that his successor will do justice when he takes the baton, because the good people of St. James North are accustomed to a standard of representation, which I know that it will be a hard ask, but I am sure that the fortitude of the Barbados Labour Party will come within the being of the next person. I am saying that I am happy to associate myself with the Member of Parliament for St. James North. His advocacy for the persons who are challenged with disabilities, his work with the Clarkson Foundation, which he conceptualized, his previous work with the Lions Club, Salvation Army, all those philanthropic organizations, is well documented. I think in the eons of the history of politics, his contribution and work shall be documented and be placed in the schools across Barbados. I honestly believe so. At least the ones in St. James North. And I must say, there is nobody who has a historical memory like the Member of Parliament of St. James North. He can tell you in details conversations that happen, and I think that I don't know how he gets it done, because some of those conversations were persons when they have passed their physical world. And I believe that some of those conversations were in the spiritual world, but the Member of Parliament of St. James North could tell you, you know, Harold Barras tells such and such person, such and such. And the detail, the level of detail that the Member of Parliament of St. James North would give you is amazing. I think that the politics in Barbados will be diluted without his presence, but I'm sure that he has his work cut out for him elsewhere. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I will truly miss him, miss his guidance, miss this selfless approach to politics, because I don't know who else. I don't know who else will come along that will tell anybody, any of their colleagues, I got too much votes. I win this constituency by so much votes. It don't make no sense I win by 1,000 votes or 2,000 votes. I need the party to win. I am saying it is unmatched selflessness. And I don't know if there's another walking being on the surface of this earth who can do that. And as a young politician, that certainly impressed me. It has left an indelible mark. I hope that someday I will have that quite reassured confidence that I can tell somebody, I don't need those votes of Christchurch, etc. You can have the votes and the party for the bigger picture. It is something that I think that every single one of us would like to emulate at some point in time. You have set the benchmark. I will miss not only having you as a guiding presence in this parliament, I will miss looking across at your seat that you occupy, see you walking here with these two cushions, the putty bag that you always got with you. There's certain things that associate yourself with you and with the Member of Parliament of St. James North that we get accustomed to, the way he starts his speeches. Sometimes I would say the obdurate personality that he has, which is good sometimes because you need it. But you'll be missed. And I want to really say, in my true definition of, because I like to put a spin on selflessness and how it relates to me. And it's really to me, this is my own words now, and I want to leave you with this, it is really an inherent trait. I think it was passed down from your family, generations, father, mother, whoever. But I believe it's an inherent trait that you have, and that you must carry to fulfill that journey, which will bring you, of course, happiness, peace, joy, and love in your other endeavors. So I'll go with Ernest and continue to serve. Thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Lucie.
Mr. Speaker, I will be extremely brief in my comment. But, of course, the briefness of the speech cannot really underscore or diminish in any way the very important role the Honourable Member for St. James North has played in my political life. I've known him for many years, and as he always reminds me, our fathers go back a very, very long way. They're stalwarts of this. Even though they've departed, they were stalwarts, real stalwarts of this political organization of which we are both members. But I recall the Honourable Member coming into elective politics, as referred to by the Honourable Member for St. George South, in a very turbulent nomination period. The Honourable Member was not daunted in any way, and that showed me some aspects about his character and determination. That when if he's intended to do something, he will do it despite whatever the circumstances that sometimes many of us may shirk from, whatever the circumstances are. I am also grateful for the integral role he has played politically for me. A number of our colleagues have said the different phone calls you get from him and all of that at important times or sometimes at awkward times. I'm not going to rehash all of that. But if there's one thing that will remain with me in my life, was the last election at 5:30. The Honourable Member had not gone to St. James North, or to St. Andrew rather, to St. Andrew, where he had to cast his vote. At 5:30, he was with me in what we would call a ZR or ZM vehicle, traveling around Checker Hall Road, getting the last set of votes that we could get. That's the measure of the man. That's the measure of the man. He was making sure that this Honourable Member here speaking this evening get over the line. He wasn't worried about himself. And that showed me, or brought to me, the truthfulness in the adage that we hear, a friend is a friend to the end. A friend in need is a friend indeed. An Honourable Member for St. James North. I will miss saying that in this House, but you've championed the cause for many in this country. And if there's one thing that I remember, it will be that. You championed that for me, and I will be eternally grateful to you. You know, the mantra in the north of the island, because the north of the island perhaps is one of the sweet spots for the Labour Party. And we have this mantra, the North sticks and will always stick together. You for me, and I for you. I want to, before I close, express or convey words on the behalf of the Honourable Member for St. John, who's asked that convey his best wishes to you and to thank you for the bet you had in 2018. I don't know who it is. He says to you it was a blessing and to thank you. I know, Honourable Member, that even though you will not be in these chambers hereafter or for hereafter, that you will always be there for us, that we can call on you for your knowledge, and even in our last conversation, the direction that you gave me in relation to service and in relation to elective politics. So on the behalf of the constituency of St. Lucie, all our members, the constituents, my family and I want to express that deep, deep gratitude and appreciation and to wish you the very, very best in all your future endeavors. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Philip North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I messaged the Honourable Member for St. James North a little over almost an hour and a half ago to tell him, please forgive me for having to leave the chamber early as I have the school things that's going on tomorrow. But in all good conscience, I found myself pinned to my seat listening to my colleagues, giving him the accolades which he so richly deserves, and I really could not go. My first thought on hearing about the conversation that we're having now today was, what do I know about the Honourable Member for St. James North that I can make into a speech, and my speeches are always short, for more than 2 minutes. And it occurred to me, I don't know this man well. I might know his wife a little better. But in sitting here, memories came back to me that I thought I had lost on what you have meant to me. This is not necessarily political, more on a personal note with political undertones. I remember, and this was out of my head, that you reached out to me, apart from the Prime Minister and the Honourable Member that's in the other place, you were the first or the only one of the so-called old guard that reached out to me when I had the daunting task of deciding to enter politics. Soon after, we had lunch at one of the restaurants. And I remember thinking, who is this gentleman that feels it right to tell me what he has accomplished in life? I think I am naturally suspicious. And I went home wondering about this. But then it came to me later on as we became a little more familiar with one another, in a good way, of course, that you meant well. And up to this day, I can actually attest to that. I remember I have to put on my glasses. I remember one of our first meetings, you had canvassed for me. I don't know if you remember. True, you, Mr. Speaker, you had canvassed for me in my area. And you came back and told me, Sonia, you're doing well. I spoke to whoever and so, and it looks like you're doing well on the ground. I remember that, and I'm sitting here to remember. One of the things that meant the most to me, however, I think the first sitting we had, As a doctor, you do things quickly, you get over it, no long talk, fix the patient, they go home. And the prospect of my sitting here for, I think we were here for over 4 hours, and I remember getting up. I don't think anybody noticed. I thought nobody noticed, and I found myself in the yard of Parliament, more or less in the dark. It was late. Grumbling to myself, as I often do, fretting. And by the time I heard this voice beside me, Sonia, what's up? And you had a sense that I was uncomfortable. I don't know how you got it, but you picked up how I was feeling. And you gave me a mini tour of Parliament, not to bring out how I was feeling, but this is Parliament, this is where the library is. Have you ever been in the library? I don't know if you remember, but that meant a lot. You're the only one that ever did it. And if I had to choose a mentor, if we were given the opportunity to have mentors, which I think we should have as new politicians, it would be you. And I mark hard, it would be you. I heard most or all of the gentlemen in here saying that you had calls, through you, Mr. Speaker, forgive me how I speak, through you, that you called them early in the morning. I never got one of those calls. Maybe you forgot my number, 234. But as I recognize your family commitments, it's a little touchy calling females in the morning, although I got to know your wife fairly well, and she's a gem. And I got to learn you more or less through her. These are the things that meant a lot to me. One of the other things, I had a fundraiser, you must remember, in my constituency, 2 of my families had lost their homes to fire. And when I looked around, I saw Beverly, forgive me, Mr. Speaker, and the Honourable Member for St. James, tearing up the floor, dancing. I felt so proud, I felt so pleased, I felt unalone in that endeavor, and I thank the Honourable Member for that and for your support. And it's not only recognition of us in here, and you may think it's only St. James North, but it isn't. More than once, more than twice, you have messaged me from a message from my constituents, all the way, as they said, in St. Farlip, to all the way to the other end, telling me that somebody needs something and to reach out to them, and I appreciate that with all my heart. It can change a lot with a family. I recognize your love of family. I think I met your mom. I recognize his love of family, his mother, his daughter, wife, and I respected it, and I hold it dear, and I still think you're a shining example for the other gentlemen in the room, not to say they're any worse, but you're a shining example in terms of what family means, and family must come first before all else be after God, and I greatly respected that. Your drive to represent the disabled in the community was exemplary. I admire it. One of the things you said to me when we first met, Sonia, find something that you're passionate about. I found something with the disabled, find something that you're passionate about. I have more than one, but that was good advice. And I try to emulate it even outside of politics, something that I'm passionate about. Those are my fond memories, personal memories that will never leave me. I appreciate it. I will definitely miss you and the speeches that sometimes are 20 minutes and turn into a lot more. But I appreciated them. I love you, and we will continue to always remember. If I had a wine glass in my hand, my toast would be to you. May the best of your yesterdays be the worst of your tomorrows. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Our member for St. Michael, West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be very brief as well. Let me also take this opportunity to say to the Honourable Member for St. James North that he too has been a source of inspiration. And I speak not only in this August chamber, but a source of inspiration as a member of the Barbados Labour Party. He has always maintained and he's always put the Barbados Labour Party first in all of his political endeavors, and he's always found a way to help persons along the way. I stand here representing in this chamber St. Michael West Central. But I must also tell you, if the Honourable Member for St. James North has not done so already, that he too is like an adopted family member in St. Michael West Central. You may or may not, members may or may not know that his mother, and that's where his mother and dad and sister, where they live, right there in Cadogan Road. And he's always been very interested in my political development. I remember in 2013 when I was unsuccessful in my run in that particular general election, that Edmund came over to me and he gave me wise counsel, and that he also encouraged me to continue. And I know that as soon as that election was over, I was in the constituency following that election and doing what I'm known for, my house-to-house canvassing. I want to, in particular, salute the Honourable Member for his service to Barbados, particularly during the 2013-18 period. I believe other members would have spoken to that period, and the fact that he was quite incisive. He dealt particularly to the government of the day some serious blows, political blows, and he was always able to highlight in his arguments why they were going in the wrong direction. And I must tell him that I used to, whether I was at home or I was at the office, I would listen to his speeches on the floor of Parliament. And I must tell you, they were very cutting in terms of what he had to offer to Barbadians. I would also say, Mr. Speaker, that he embodies true representation of people. He is given of immense service and contribution to his constituents. A lot of us perhaps don't know that the Honourable Member for St. James North is known for calling his constituents on their birthdays. Of course, that's a trademark. He has a particular system that allows him to maintain contact, also to follow up on key anniversaries, and certainly, as we all do as members of Parliament, when we have constituents who pass, we find our way to their funerals. Mr. Speaker, he was and continues to be an advocate for infrastructure development within his constituency. I recall when he was minister responsible for transport works and water resources, he would always, very stubborn in his approach me and maintain, look, I need to have some roads in this community. In fact, when we did one in that area, I can't remember the location, we went there. He also took us on a tour of the area. I can't remember the name of the area, Rock Dundor, or other areas in that. I can't remember, it will come back to me. And he took us through the constituency. Of course, he's known for his not only community involvement, his work with the outstanding works, I must add, with the Clarkson Foundation, but also in particular for serving his constituents and walking the constituency. And oftentimes people will say that you only walk the constituency when there's an election, but I must tell you that the Honourable Member for St. James North is known for walking the length and breadth of his constituency. I must tell you that only recently, when the Millie Eiffel Fish Market was open, that would have brought significant satisfaction to the Honourable Member of Parliament. In fact, he was in his moment. But what I remembered most is not about the complex. It was about what he said on that occasion in defense of his constituents and in promotion of the infrastructural works required for the St. James North constituency. And for that, I will always remember the fact, and I saw how he interacted with his constituents, those who were invited to the function, and that meant a lot to me personally as a younger MP, and also for me personally to see that a person who would have gone out of the way to represent people all the way, giving back to the communities. His work and his outstanding contribution in respect of the disabled community must be credited. Of course, I hope that in the future he will be rewarded for his outstanding contribution in that area. And I must tell you that he has brought the plight of the disabled community to a significant prominence in this country by his very courageous acts in respect of promoting and advocating on their behalf. I indicated, Mr. Speaker, that I won't be long because I know the hour is at hand, but I really want to say that in everything else, when you serve as a member of parliament, when you make significant sacrifice as a minister in the government, you must always have your family. And therefore, the fact that as we, members of his family here, as well as constituents here in the gallery with us, we must say to him that I know that he had the love and the support of his entire family, and of course those of his constituents that he maintained and that he continued to cherish. And therefore, I want to wish the honourable member for St. James North a wonderful retirement from politics. Of course, he will continue to give good advice to those who have not been in this chamber as long as he has been, and obviously learning from his wisdom, and obviously continue to cherish his acts, not only of courage, but obviously his acts of humanitarian efforts in respect to what he has done and continues to do for the community. And therefore, I wish you, honourable member, the best wishes. Thank you for your advocacy, not only respect of your constituents, but the wider disabled community. And I want to say to your family, thanks for allowing the honourable member to be here with us, as he would have been here with us before, but also to say thank you especially for allowing the honourable member to share his time with us when he could have been elsewhere, sharing his time, obviously, with his family. And I know that I speak on behalf of the constituents of, and certainly my branch, and they asked me to express thanks to you. Like I said, he was a very active, the honourable member was a very active supporter of the St. Michael West Central branch, always inquiring of our progress. And whenever we have party events, he would come around and say hello. So I wish you well, sir. And I am very fortunate that you became an adopted member of the St. Michael West Central community. And I want to say for the record, thank you for outstanding service, not only to your constituents, but to Barbados at large. I'm much obliged.
Honourable member for St. James South. Honourable member for St. James South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be very brief because our time has gone, and the honourable member for St. James North needs to speak. But as one of his neighbouring constituency representatives, both the honourable member for St. James Central and myself from St. James South, we see him as a brother to us in St. James, and we've always worked in a very collegial fashion. I want to personally thank him for his cooperative spirit and also for his reaching out. He is so committed. He calls you if there's anything he knows about your constituency or constituents that you need to know. He takes the time to make sure that you know and that you have responded. And so I've always found him to be affable, a man of integrity, a man of honesty. And he has been blessed with tremendous support, not only from his wife and his children and his mother, but also from his constituents. So I want to congratulate you on having built such a wide network of loyalty and support. And I want to wish you, on behalf of the honourable member for St. James Central and myself, all the very best in the future. And we know that you will be near us and working alongside of us regardless of where you go. So God bless. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for the Philip West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, they say that in the end, we only regret the chances that we didn't take. And I have to say that as it comes to the member for St. James North, he certainly took every chance that there was to do service. Whether he took that chance to serve through the nonprofits into being a private citizen, whether he chose to do it at the community level or at the government level, or whether he chose to do it through his private profession as a lawyer or through his public advocacy for people with disabilities. He is one of the politicians and parliamentarians to whom I look up. He has taught me, certainly in his own way, that, you know, as a politician, it is how you relate to people and treat to their interests. And as a parliamentarian, it is how you relate to government to treat to people's interests. Of all of that, I say thank you very much, Eddie. We first crossed paths in 2018 when you were at that time the Minister with responsibility for Home Affairs. It was when the transformation for the Immigration Department had begun, and I worked with you on the change management, and we started that together. And I am glad to see where that effort has gone. You have always been a committed person encouraging me. I looked through every single one of my WhatsApps from you over the last several years, and I will tell you that they have been consistent. I wrote down the themes. It was always about constituents, schools, particularly St. Albans, and persons with disabilities, as well as change management. For all that you have been, all that you have done, all the support you've given, I want to say thank you and wish you all the best as you move forward. Thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think it would be remiss of me not to add my voice to this adjournment to speak to a man who, even as he closed his political innings, can still look back at a life in politics that can be defined as one of integrity, commitment, and service to the good people of St. James North. Now, me and the honourable member, we share a border. St. Andrew and St. James North share a very short border. But because of the nature of the communities that live in that part of St. James, we all grew up together. We all grew up in Greenwich Village and Lancaster, Westmoreland, those areas, all went to school in one community in Orange Hill. So we all knew each other. And over the years, the member, because of the closeness, and when you are familiar with border politics, you know that sometimes in sprawling constituencies, you have to depend on your immediate neighbor to assist you when you cannot physically get to a location. And we've had that relationship. I'm sure that relationship existed before I came. And when I came, one of the first things that the honourable member did was come to me and reestablish that relationship. That, you know, I have your back in this part of St. Andrew, and I had his back because some of his people live on my side, and because we're families, you know, they crisscross borders. So we always had that good relationship. And he's my constituent. Just a few weeks ago, we were boasting that the majority of parliamentarians live in St. Andrew. And he being one, I felt it very necessary that I speak on his behalf. I think it was said in here by almost every member who spoke that the member was always one who would share advice. Share advice. I had the benefit of being advised by my predecessor as well as by my immediate neighbor. So very often he would come, and it started from as far back as when we were gearing up for election. I think he was in charge of the North, and all of us younger MPs, we would look to him for, we weren't MPs, that were younger candidates at the time, would look to him for advice, and he would come to me and he would give me little tips on what to do, and I would always embrace that information, that knowledge, that experience. So I had that dual support with predecessor as well as immediate neighbor. So I enjoy that, and I want to thank you for that. I can't call you Eddie like the others. I don't think that we developed that type of relationship, but I'm sure I can call you friend. So I want to thank you, my friend, for the tips and the advice that you would have given me, as well as the encouragement that you've given me, and the support. I can tell you, because of the closeness of our constituency, whenever something of importance occurred over on his side, he would always invite me over. Whether it be a funeral of a very important person in the community, and he was invited to speak, he would invite me also to come over and speak, because he realized that even though that it was St. James North and it was St. Andrew, that the families crisscross, and that sometimes at those funerals, especially in those events, persons from both constituencies would be there and would want to see the representative and hear the representative. So whenever those occasions occur, he would call me. And when I had events, and when I held events in St. Andrew, I can tell you, if there's one face I can guarantee that I would see, was the member for St. James North. He came to all of the events that we held in St. Andrew. But as long as sometimes I didn't even invite him. But once he knew that they were going on, he would come over. He was that kind of supportive figure. And I want to also thank you for that. Now, I was making a little joke there in the members' room before, a few minutes earlier, and I made the point that those persons who he was seen as a champion for, those persons who were considered to be vulnerable, those persons who were from the disabled community, he was for many years considered a champion for those persons, and those persons stuck with him the same way that he stuck by their side, that he supported them, they supported him. And I was making a little joke with one of the members just now. I was making the point that there was a member from St. James North who resided in St. Andrew for well over 10 years. And for all those 10 years, I would encourage him to come over to St. Andrew. We needed you in St. Andrew. And he would make the point, no. If it was anybody else, maybe. If it was anybody else, you could have gotten me in St. Andrew. But because it was the member, he was sticking with St. James North. So I just wanted to make that point. I know I came in at the very end, but I felt it important to say those few words. So on behalf of certainly myself and this honorable place, I just want to say thank you. I hope that your retirement be one of happiness and peace, and that you have many years of productive and health. I pray this for you. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Mr. Sophie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues who have spoken, and I know that even those who have not had the opportunity to speak thus far on the adjournment, I know that sincerely they want to express their gratitude to the Honourable Member for St. James North for his stellar contribution, not only to this place, but certainly to the development and transformation of this country as well. Unlike some of the others, my journey with the Honourable Member for St. James North would have started during my legal career. We were in chambers, what I consider to be one of the most political chambers that has ever existed on this landscape, certainly. Chambers that were at its helm had 2 senior counsels in the name of the Cheltenhams, and has produced, I think, more members of the political class as well as the legal class than any other legal office in certainly any part of this island. The Honourable Member for St. James North shared an office just across from me, and in that capacity we had the opportunity to exchange on not only legal opinions on matters, but also had the opportunity to also speak a little bit about politics quite frequently, because that was the nature of the chambers that we were in. During that time, it was clear that you could always count on the Honourable Member for St. James North. There was never a closed door policy. You could push the Honourable Member's door at any time of the day, any time of the night. He would often work in that chambers very early, but also very late as well. That was certainly one of the work ethics that I believe was developed and certainly honed in that place. But it meant that you could always count on him whenever you ran into difficulty to ask a question about the law based on his experience. And he offered it willingly and readily to not only myself, but I think to all honourable members who had the opportunity certainly to serve within that particular space. It was there as well that we recognized that there were some similarities as well between the 2 families. Particularly because my dad and his father, and certainly his mother, had certainly worked together. They were well familiar with each other from several days in the Labour Party. And there was a very close connection in terms of the commitment and dedication to the Barbados Labour Party and its philosophy and principles. I think my father would describe them as some of the most hardworking people and soldiers of the Barbados Labour Party, always defending its name and certainly upholding its honour. And therefore, the Honourable Member for St. James North was certainly a chip off the old blocks, in that he continued certainly the behavior, the approach to public life, certainly the approach to politics that was ingrained, no doubt, in him from his family, and then later molded, no doubt, in Chambers, Charlton Chambers in White Park Road. And I certainly am grateful to him for many of those conversations that we would have shared in that place. Certainly in coming to this place, as the Honourable Member for St. George South indicated, we were 4 of the members on the backbench at the time in 2013 when we won the election and we came into this place. Many of us, I think, had hoped that we would have gone into government right away. I think certainly for me, I had always assumed that once I entered the political arena, that it was almost automatic that you would end up as the government. And so those few years in opposition was really what I considered to be a training ground for us. I had already had the experience in the Senate, but certainly my colleagues, both the member for St. James North, the member for the city, and certainly the member for St. George South, all of us had the opportunity to really hold up each other and certainly defend the policies of the Barbados Labour Party at that time in opposition. We spent many long nights in this place, and as other members have said, I too can recount the times when the Honourable Member defended this party, defended the opposition party at the time, made a number of observations regarding what we must do when we got to government, because of course we were in opposition, but the ideal goal was always to be the government. And I can say with all sincerity that he defended in such a way that was quite amusing at times, I think, for all of us. The Honourable Member, person speak about the book and the things that he would be able to recall when the members on the other side were, trying to throw him off of his feet when he was speaking. But I actually recall that the book was a lot more than just information about various subject areas. That book also had a number of quotations. And it was quotations that the Honourable Member, again, he clearly, as everyone has said, he prepared. And he knew that they were going to come at him and they were going to tease, they were going to heckle, they were going to be abusive towards him. But the Honourable Member prepared himself and made sure that he could flip his notes and head to his notebook. And whether he quoted from Shakespeare, Mandela, Plato, it didn't matter. The Honourable Member was able to find a quote to be able to clap back, as the young people would say, at those that were in the then administration. And it was something that, prior to us coming into this place today, Prime Minister and myself, we were speaking before this session, and I remarked to her about that particular book that carried these quotations, because I found it interesting that the Honourable Member for St. James North, would not only rebut a lot of the accusations and stuff that were coming at him, but he paid particular attention, and it seemed as though he had each member who he knew would come at him, he had a different quotation that he would rebut against them. It showed his preparation, of course, and it showed the methodical way in which he approached being in this place, something which I think can only come from being in a place of opposition, because when you are in opposition, you also get the opportunity to see what you need to do when you get to government. And so that level of preparation, I think, is something that has held all of us that were then in opposition in good stead to be able to prepare to be as a part of a government, and certainly as ministers, as he became as well when he held the position of Minister of Home Affairs. He obviously laid the foundation for a lot of the immigration reforms that are yet to come. And I think we are all grateful to him for being able to blaze a trail in that area and start the reforms of the immigration department, which the current minister is obviously continuing to build upon. The Honourable Member St. James North has not been selfish either in his knowledge. I think everybody agrees that he is always willing to share. He even shares when there were voters that had moved into his constituency and they were now on his list. He would call and he would tell you that those persons were no longer going to vote for you. Equally, he would tell you when somebody from his constituency moved into your area, and therefore that he had told them, they got to vote for you as the representative for that constituency. So he was loyal without fault in terms of his commitment, certainly to party. He understands how to manipulate the information in terms of the campaign, in terms of voters, in terms of the list, in terms of gathering information and using that information for the benefit of the persons that he represents. And whether it was during COVID, where I was Minister of Education at the time, I could recall that the honorable member would constantly send me messages about persons who were affected in terms of not having electricity, students who did not have devices. I mean, my phone was inundated. I actually looked back at it while I was sitting here because I have so many messages from the honorable member in relation to issues that were under my portfolio then, and certainly even when I was, well, for as long as I've been Minister of Public Works as well. The honorable member has never spared to send a message early in the morning. I think I too owe his wife a debt of gratitude because she's never been jealous of perhaps the phone calls and the messages that have come from 6 o'clock in the morning. I could get a message from the honorable member indicating that he had something to speak about and he wanted to just bounce something off of me. I hope that that will continue even after he has now retired from active politics, because I really do enjoy those engagements with him. The other thing that stood out is that the honorable member recognizes the importance of significant milestones. And I think I was there for the 50th birthday. I've been invited certainly to his achievements as senior counsel and all of the significant achievements which he has had in his life, from the welcoming of his granddaughter, and all of the things that have been significant in his life. He celebrates those milestones. When I have forgotten how many years I've been in elective politics, I could always count on the honorable member for St. James North, certainly to remind me, and also to remind the honorable member for St. George South as well. So he paid attention to those significant moments, something that we often take for granted because we go along in politics, we're there to serve, we're there to help people, but the truth is sometimes we have to kind of look back and realize the road that we have traveled and certainly the impact that we have made in the lives of people that we have represented. It is clear that taking up the representation for St. James North carried a heavy baton because it was a heavy load, because he's carried on the baton from persons like Lionel Craig, certainly Burton Hines as well, and who was the former Speaker of this House as well, Mr. Speaker. And it could not have been easy shoes to fill in relation to being able to carry the weight of persons who were so dynamic and who represented that constituency, certainly for the Barbados Labour Party over the years. But he filled that position, he was able to fill those shoes, and certainly I know that the people in St. James North are really appreciative of the work that the Honourable Member for St. James North has brought to the table. His life in politics was not just about politics, but as many of us have done, I know the Clarkson Foundation, which is his baby, and certainly the baby of his wife and his daughter and the rest of the family, is something that he's taken great pride in developing. Many of us started charities before we came into active politics because we all had a desire to serve and to give back. And the Honourable Member is no different. His charity, I've seen it, I've seen the testimonies and heard the testimonies from persons in the constituency, how the work that they have been doing has been impacting the lives of people. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that those are the things that, for me, we come to public life to do, to help to change people's lives, to make people's lives a little bit easier, to help them to breathe a little bit easier. And I think, Honourable Member for St. James North, I think you can breathe a little bit easier tonight, knowing that you have certainly contributed and left an indelible mark on the lives of many of the people in St. James North. I always say that people leave politics either because they resign or because they lose a seat. They go contest an election and they leave active politics. I think it takes it is a huge step for persons to be able to feel as though they have accomplished what they came to public life to do and to be able to leave. I certainly have not seen a lot of people do this. I think the Honourable Member for St. George North, the former representative, would have done it certainly during my time, but it is not the norm. And it does take and speak to the character of the individual when they can remove themselves from active politics and go on to something else and still continue to serve in another capacity, but also to give way for others, whether younger or otherwise, to be able to step up to the plate to do that. And I do honestly think that, Honourable Member, your character certainly has risen in my eyes because you have given way to another young, bright man who is soon going to represent the constituency of St. James North. And And we look forward certainly to the passing of that baton. You have laid the way for the foundation for him to be able to lift off and to continue to represent proudly the Barbados Labour Party. And we look forward to a lot of the support that certainly persons have given to you being transferred onto the next representative for the area. So to the honourable member, I want to say again, thank you on behalf of all of certainly from my constituency, because you have certainly been shadowing and watching everything that was done. I want to thank you because I believe that when I was going through treatment, you were one of the persons in certainly amongst my colleagues that I could always count on when I woke up in the morning to send me a message, to tell me you had gone to church and you were praying for me, to check in when I came back to Barbados. And that is not to say that others didn't, but there was something very special about the honourable member, in relation to how he did it. It wasn't intrusive, it was with empathy, great empathy, and understanding of what I had been going through. And I think that in everything that he had been through in terms of in this place with the taunting and the asides across the floor, the banter from the other side, that he developed also a bit of empathy too for people with disabilities. They used to taunt him because of the stammer. And I think for all of us who were in this place at the time, it was quite distasteful. And I think that gave the honourable member for St. James North a new energy to be able to represent people who were taunted and people who were criticized. And we saw it in his debates. We've seen it repeatedly in everything that he has done, representing people with disabilities. And we are proud of you, honourable member. We are exceptionally proud of you. And just as we have recognized other members of this Barbados Labour Party, we salute you for the work that you have done for persons with disabilities. And certainly so long as I am a part of this government, certainly so long as I am alive, your memory will continue to live on for the work that you have done across the disabled community and certainly in this constituency of St. James North. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I thank his wife, his children for standing by his side. It is never easy. I'm sure the long hours and the long nights that this politics often takes away from families, but you have stood by his side. And again, we thank you as well for the support that you have given the honourable member for St. James North. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, congratulations, Eddie, and all the best.
Honourable member was wondering if I should speak before you or speak after you. But as Speaker, I will speak after you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I rise to make my last speech in this elected arm of Parliament, I first wish to thank the Lord Almighty for giving me the strength to have served this country, my people, at this level over the last 12 years, 2 months. I wish really and truly, I'm totally overwhelmed by what I have heard over the last 3 hours from my colleagues. The Honourable Prime Minister has said, you know, that I suppose you get this opportunity when you resign and there's still the parliamentary term. We should create a system whereby, you know, Parliament comes, dissolves and, you know, you have long-standing members who retire. There hasn't been the opportunity for tribute to be paid to them, but I'm really overwhelmed. I can't find a better word by what I've heard from my colleagues this afternoon about me, and as the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South Central and others have said, there's been a consistency about it. So I have to believe that everything that's been said has been true. It has been no conspiracy to say what has been said. I'm really, really deeply grateful to you all. It has been a pleasure working with you, with my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, yourself too, in trying to create a better Barbados, especially from where we found it when we came into government in 2018. But I think everyone knows that, my best years out of the 3 terms were the first term in terms, and we've heard that from the honourable members who were there with me at that time, the cut and thrust, and trying to counter a government that had completely lost its way. That's the truth, and was taking Barbados to the depths of socio-economic development, and really and truly had become a burden on the people of our country. And permit me, Mr. Speaker, I mean, the five of us came in to Parliament in February 2013 as first-time members of this chamber. As Honourable Deputy Prime Minister said, she had been in the Senate, but now elected as a Member of Parliament. And a lot of people lose sight of the fact that there's been no Parliament of Barbados that had as many as 5 new members of Parliament, but going into opposition. Normally, when you get that amount, you go into government. And we formed a bond. I mean, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East, the Honourable Member for St. George South will remain here. Before we had the Honourable Member for the City, an individual who I have highest respect for in terms of his commitment and discipline. And initially, of course, we had the then Honourable Member for Christchurch West until she departed from the Barbados Labour Party under certain circumstances. But we formed a bond. It is not known that we used to meet together, just the 5 of us, sometimes with a particular individual, senior in the party, who mentored us and guided us, because, as has been said, we were new in here, and the then government, cabinet ministers pinpointed us. I will never forget. One of them told me, man, but how you talk the first day of Parliament, I had you down to talk about. After 6 weeks, I felt, man, you look so timid, you will not be able to raise your voice in here. And to see then the transformation, the gradual transformation of, yes, respect that I got from those members over the period of time, people who felt that we would come in here and sit down and take their nonsense. So much so that after a while, when I got up to speak, those who were in the members' room would rush back in here, because just in case I said something about them, they're here to try to counteract. That is the truth. It was politics at its best in terms of debate, cut and thrust, and as has been said by the Honourable Member for St. George South and the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East, it cemented our skills and made us harder. And as former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Owen Arthur said, you don't become the firmest steel until you go through the hottest fire. And my last 2 terms, the people of Barbados wisely gave us 30 love, 30 love. We did well as an opposition in my first term, and obviously the maladministration of the then government, and of course the last term, we also earned that 30 love. So it wasn't any of our fault that we had no opposition to debate. But that is the reality of the situation. But the bonds built up with my colleagues, whether it was, as the Honourable Member for St. Peter said, starting out every year except the years of COVID, starting out with a fun day, as he mentioned, on our border in Wally playing field, and then every summer taking out the graduates of our primary schools, whether it was with my colleague, members of Parliament for St. James within the last few years, having a joint presence at our annual general conferences on National Heroes Day with each other, whether it's the Honourable Member for Christchurch West spoke about our contest, I think it was 1999, right after the 99 election for third vice president to the party, and him winning, yeah, well, the only political election I lost, and the margin he won by was the votes that the person who was the third candidate that he mentioned got. That is what separated us. And I learned from that I would never lose another political battle. The next year, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West moved to second vice president. I came in then through an election too as third vice president. And you know, as I said, I'm really overwhelmed. Everyone has spoken about the personal contact I had with them. I felt it was my duty as not only at that time a one-term parliamentarian, but also someone experienced in politics, having been a member of the Barbados Labour Party since 1993, to reach out to the new candidates in 2018 and say, let's talk. And I mean, everyone has said that who ran in that election for the female candidates, had lunch with them, meeting them in the daytime, Mr. Speaker. With the men, I said, let's have some drinks or supper, man, nighttime, as the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central Christchurch East said. He was not a first-time candidate in 2018, but he wasn't successful the first time, and reached out to him, and I remember that night very well. Spent a good few hours with each other. Because, look, as was said by the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central, it wasn't about me winning by the 3,100 votes, more than that I won that election by. But it was ensuring that we formed the government of the day. And it's partnership. Politics is not about yourself. It's not a race that you win by yourself. It's a relay race, as I said. Time has come in my somber reflection to retire from politics, pass on the baton, give the opportunity for new leadership in St. James North, give the opportunity for the present Honourable Member in the other place, the Minister of Educational Transformation, to serve in this elected Parliament. And I say this, I approached that member in the other place in the election in 2018 and told him, look, some of us in Parliament, elected Parliament, sorry, that was 2022, last election. Some of us in elected Parliament have had a conversation, and we feel that you should be in Parliament for the next elections. You need to contest the next elections following 2022. I will not be running again. It was always my intention to run 3 times, and that's what I have done. St. James North, therefore, will be available for you. I believe that you will make a good fit in the constituency. You have some connections to it, and consider it. At that time, he was in Geneva, didn't give any response when he came back last year. Of course, January, as a minister, contacted me, and we've been walking the constituency. He's been walking with me rather since March last year. And I know that with my departure, formally tomorrow, that this seat in this Parliament will continue to be held by the Barbados Labour Party. whenever the Honourable Prime Minister names the date for the by-election. I'm leaving politics, Mr. Speaker, with a sense of pride in what I have achieved within my constituency of St. James North as a Member of Parliament. You will never be able to achieve everything to make your constituency the perfect constituency. And of course, with the Barbados Labour Party winning 30 seats in the last 2 elections, clearly the resources, financial and otherwise, of a government have to be divided up among all the constituencies. Not every constituent understands that, sir. That's the truth. We all know that. But I believe that I've given my 200% to the constituents of St. James North, as I have given in every endeavor I've made. Anybody who knows me knows of my determination and commitment. And I have certainly carried St. James North further than what I took it over as. And so I'll obviously have the opportunity to speak more about that during the campaign, cut and thrust when the political meetings start and everything else. At the national level, everyone knows, it's no secret, I came into politics to move the needle for people with disabilities. And look, my sister, you know, that has been my inspiration. 5 years younger than me. I made a promise to her, my parents, as I said in the debates we've had, and there have been many recently on disabilities, whether it's the national policy or the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Bill, that I will do my best in my life. Once it's God's will, He gives me the strength to help people with disabilities. And, you know, I'm so proud that we've been able to do that. I've been part of a parliament that now has enacted disabilities legislation and passed national policy on disabilities. And for that, I really thank the Cabinet of Barbados, one and all. But I have to single out, of course, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, whose ministerial mandate it was. And of course, the Honourable Prime Minister, who at the swearing in of members of Parliament and ministers, cabinet ministers, after we won the last election, ceremony at State House, I think January 27th, 2022, committed that the Disabilities Commission for improving the lives of persons with disabilities will get underway. And we were given the support, the freedom of hand. Obviously, therefore, Cabinet had full confidence in me to get this through, and I really am grateful to the Cabinet for what we have achieved. And it's not only my achievement, but the achievement of each one of you. I thank the Barbados Labour Party, as I said, a party of which I've been a member for 32 years, which has been the instrument through which I've had the opportunity to serve as parliamentary rep for St. James North and at the national level. And, you know, I recognize that in a tangible way by personally giving an award to the Barbados Labour Party, to the party of which we have committed ourselves at an award ceremony just 4 weeks ago, where between the Clarkson Foundation and myself personally, 220 odd awards were given out, because I believe that, you know, you have to show gratitude to those who have brought you to where you are politically. And of those, I think about 160 or so of my constituents personally got awards from me. I'm deeply grateful to the people of St. James North for giving me this opportunity. It's not to be held lightly. You know, when someone goes and votes for you on election day, they don't have to, there's no obligation, but you have obviously gained their trust and commitment and confidence that they have in you to act on their behalf. And now isn't the place I'll have the opportunity on Saturday at a branch meeting, thanks, where will give thanks, and I'll bring out stories on that. But especially special gratitude to those who would have assisted in the campaigns, members of the executive and others. Once an election is called in St. James North, coming together and forming a unit that is tremendous. I mean, last election, as the honourable member for St. Peter said, I did not go in a polling booth in St. James North, did not know what one looked like. You know, if the honourable member for St. Peter didn't say, I would not have said it. But St. Lucie, I'm sorry, St. Lucie, sorry. But for half the day, I was with him, seeking to ensure that he wins his seat, that we again win all 8 seats in St. Lucie. That was vital. How much I won by 9 o'clock in the morning, I know I've won. So what? Whether I win by 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, you know. So and that's the position. And the honourable member for St. Andrew, my constituent, as the honourable member for St. Lucie said, 5:30, I was still in St. Lucie. And I had my daughter Erica's car, not my own. Believe you, I pressed some gas. I mean, I said, look, if a policeman would have stopped me, I would God beg forgiveness. I had to go. So I reached the polling station at 3 minutes to 6. And lo and behold, the honourable member for St. Andrew was standing up there, like if he was waiting to see if I come in. I had messaged him at 5:20 and told him, Rommel, I come in. You will notice I haven't voted yet, but I come in. And at 3 minutes to 6, I reached there. They told me, come fast, come fast. So that is politics. You're part of a team. It isn't about yourself. I thank the Honourable Prime Minister on the floor of this House for giving me the opportunity to serve as a minister. You know, look, there were constituents, of course, who were disappointed when I was no longer a minister. You put yourself up to be a constituency representative, not to be a minister. And honestly, and I say this publicly, the fact that I was no longer a minister obviously then gave me the opportunity to be chairman of the Disabilities Committee and to fulfill the purpose which I came into politics to be. Look, the Lord works in mysterious ways, his wonders to perform. That is the truth. If I had continued to be a minister, I obviously would not have had that opportunity. We would not have been where we are in terms of disabilities, reform legislation, and national policy. No longer being a minister, of course, too, again, gave me the opportunity to be Barbados' representative at the African, Caribbean, Pacific, and European Union, which the Honourable Prime Minister spoke about, and the Honourable Member for St. Michael East, and obviously traveling, representing our country in Europe, in Africa, also in other capacities at the United Nations, in terms of disability, cybercrime in China. Last year, leading a delegation there has given me that exposure at international level, which I'm eternally grateful for. My family, I thank tremendously. My wife, my 2 children, of course, directly affected by it. When, you know, I had the opportunity now, finally, to go into St. James North, to be a candidate, and the contest, which we've heard about, was but far from the easiest. I called my children together and said, look, are you willing to sacrifice me to the people of St. James North, the people of Barbados, for, you know, the next few years, next over 10 years? And if either of the 2 of them had said, no, we are not, that would have been it. Both of them agreed. Daughter, Erica, everybody knows, has assisted, obviously, with the marketing of my campaigns. She knows many young people in the constituency. My son Gregory, he's been away essentially for the whole of my parliamentary career, but clearly, you know him.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, he used to play tennis with your daughter.
That is correct.
Both tennis champions at the junior level. He's been away virtually for the whole of my career, but obviously keeps in contact with my political development. The Clarkson Foundation, Inc., of which many of colleagues have spoken about, has been the vehicle through which I have raised the funds to help the constituents. And I could not have done it without the Clarkson Foundation, Inc., of which I am patron, and of course, I'm immeasurably grateful to all of the directors of the foundation, some of whom are constituents, some of whom are not, all complete loyalty to the cause and to me. And the development programs that we had every other year, life and work skills development programs. Last year, combining that with parent education programs, really and truly, I regard that as perhaps my highest achievements, because development of people is what you come into politics to do, and hundreds of constituents, young persons graduating from those programs. And the record shows 75% of them within the first 3 months of graduating, getting sustainable jobs or being able to start their employment. One person I remember getting top awards at NIFCA, starting her own business the year after graduating from the Clarkson Foundation's program. So, look, I have no regrets in leaving politics. Nostalgia, of course, but no regrets. I stand with my head down, my head held high. I'm leaving with my reputation intact, integrity intact, and that's very important as a politician. I think I've touched constituents in many ways. We've heard repeatedly about the birthday calls. That was my way of touching people, because they were not only birthday calls, Mr. Speaker. On those calls, I asking about your mother, who I know was in hospital 3 months ago. How's she doing now? Asking about your son, who I know about to sit common entrance this year, if you're ready for it. Your daughter, who I know sitting CHCs in 1 month's time, if she is ready. Politics is about people and gaining people's trust in you, that you care about them. And you have to be genuine, because the people know who are the frauds. Touching all the churches, the schools, sports organizations, non-governmental organizations, all of that, and thousands of people being assisted by the Clarkson Foundation or myself during the 12 years, 13 years plus as candidate. And that's something that I will always carry with me. I will always be available to, after tomorrow, my former parliamentary colleagues, for any advice or mentorship that they wish. Certainly, I will be playing a major role in the by-election soon to be called. I will be available for the general election too. Certainly in the northern constituencies, again, to ensure that this Barbados Labour Party is returned to office again. And in the meantime, of course, I will continue with my law practice, which I've been an attorney at law for 40 years and now senior counsel. I will continue certainly working on behalf of people with disabilities to ensure that the national policy and the legislation is implemented, and working with Parados. As I said, I think we all understand that parent education and assistance to parents in terms of the raising of their children is one of the social challenges that we have. And just over 3 years ago, I joined Parados, and I look forward to working now at a national level with parent education as well. Mr. Speaker, I finally commend you for the dignity that you and your parliament, first let me commend and thank the parliamentary staff, as I did in my letter of resignation, for the courtesies extended to me, those who work in the office, those who work in the dining room, sir, those who form part of the security, the police. Thank you for your service to us and to me especially, sir. And to you, in terms of the dignity that you have brought back to the Speaker's chair, sir. Some of my colleagues, they say I can't leave without some parting shots. That is the truth, sir. That is the truth. That would not be me if I did not leave with some parting shots. And we had a situation, sir, of course, when I first came into Parliament, where the person who sat in the Speaker's chair was totally unfit to sit in that chair, having misappropriated clients' funds in accordance with an order of the court. Something for which he should have had to face the criminal justice system, sir. And who remained in the Speaker's chair even after being called on to resign, which was the proper thing to do. That is what somebody with dignity and shame would have done. You can't be in the Speaker's chair and you misappropriated over $200,000 from a senior citizen with disabilities. And that particularly offended me. That was an old, vulnerable person with mobility challenges, and you unfair that person so. So Parliament had come into disrepute and dishonor, sir, and you have brought back the honor and dignity to this Parliament. And secondly, sir, you know, I've been totally pleased that I've been part of a Parliament that has found it fit to take Barbados out of the status it was in, where our head of state was effectively, what was the head of state of the United Kingdom, sir, and where we now have our own head of state. Should have been done a long time ago. I'm proud to be part of a Parliament that had the audacity to do that, sir. You know, and I've been proud, therefore, sir, on accepting Silk to be called a senior counsel, sir, as the Honourable Member for Christchurch East spoke about. So 5 senior counsels on our side of Parliament. But on the other hand, on the opposition side, leader of the opposition has insisted that he be referred to as King's Counsel. I don't know what king he is counseling when we're a republic. And I spoke about the leader of the opposition, Honourable Leader, who, as I said, I've known for over 50 years, knowing longer than anybody else, about the complexities in the psychological and mental framework of that individual in conflict with himself. And up to Tuesday, during the debate on the national honours, he speaks about these national honours being monarchical and Westminster. But yet he insists that this Parliament and everybody else refers to him as KC. So when it's up on there, right now, SC there, side of my name, KC side of his. Mental, psychological conflict. I could say a lot more worse things about it. You know, but...
You might do that on the platform.
Yeah, might very well, sir. But that
remember
is
that
the kind...
Remember on the platform, I remember that.
Remember
on the platform, I remember that. As it relates to privilege, etc.
But that is it, sir. So that is why I'm using this opportunity here, my last opportunity, sir. That is why, sir. Because the public of Barbados have to understand. So cause I've already heard them start a press conference about St. James North, St. James North, this, that. the Democratic Labour Party has not had any presence in St. James North since February 2013 when I won the seat till last weekend. But that's the truth. So I hear Honourable Member for St. Peter that they were in the zone. You must have heard that too. Yeah. Well, somebody would have had to tell them where the zone is. And they would have had to work out whether the zone in the constituency of St. Peter or the constituency of St. James North. None of them, certainly not the candidate nor the leader of the opposition, would have known that. So when I hear this talk, so I figure, sir, that I gonna have to draw a line in the sand. I could see that there. Because they had no presence in St. James North for over 12 years. So you can't come now with any authority and tell anybody about St. James North. When the then Minister of Education, the then member for Christchurch East Central, told me in this Parliament, Hinkson, you can write as many letters as you want to us. We ain't doing one single thing in St. James North. We ain't doing nothing for St. James North. Not one thing we doing for it. We can't beat you. We can't win the seat. We are doing not one thing in St. James North. So the roads that they talk about, and 12 roads get due. Well, I said so. I ain't ashamed to say so. 12 roads, the most in any constituency except the World Cup roads in the city and St. Michael West. That is the truth. That is a fact. That is the truth. But they're talking about roads. The fact that they still have some more roads in St. James North to be done is because none were done in the 5 years, 3 months that I was an opposition MP. So let them talk about that, sir. But, sir, as I said, there will be occasion for that, as you have said, Honourable Speaker, later on. I really am grateful, as I said, to the people of St. James North and to everyone else. My mum, sir, of whom the Honourable Prime Minister spoke, I believe she would be listening now. My only regret, sir, is that my dad was not alive to see me enter this Parliament. If he was alive, you couldn't hold him. BLP to the core, as the Honourable Member for St. Lucie has said. And it is the one thing that, you know, I certainly honour the Honourable Member for St. George South on that. His father, just as much Barbados Labour Party man as the father of the Honourable Member for St. Lucie and mine, is still alive to have seen him achieve politically. And I know that Mr. Sutherland would have to be very proud. And as the Honourable Member for St. George South has said, we didn't start off well, his father and I, because no, top man. And his then lawyer, the then Honourable Member for St. George South had to tell him, man, cool it, man, Eddie only doing his job as a lawyer. But that's life, sir. You know, I hope I haven't left out anyone and any entity. That is the truth, sir. And really and truly, it's been my honor to have served in this Parliament. As I've said, I am available for further contribution in whatever way seen fit by the government of Barbados, by the Honourable Prime Minister, to serve my country. That's in my DNA. 36 years I have been of service at one level or the other in this country, and until I have my last breath or I no longer have mental capacity, I will continue to serve the people of this country and contribute to its national development. With those words, sir, final words. Thank you.
Honourable Member, in closing, I just want to say a few words. I watch you I wish, first of all, to endorse everything that has been said on your behalf. I watched you in the 2013 nomination. And I gained courage from watching you, especially on the day how you conducted yourself. I remember the nomination very well because at that point in time, I believe that you were categorized as the underdog. I think you, at that time, you were up against great forces, both as it relates to financial capabilities, etc. But what it showed me, the end result was that how you worked in your constituency and you knew your constituency and how you mobilized the forces at your nomination to win so handsomely. And that served for me as an opportunity to watch you and to also use the methods that you use in my nomination in 2016. And to show that, regardless of the circumstances, that mobilization was a key. And I saw you use the nomination opportunity to reinforce for your general election. So I patterned myself in my 2016 nomination watching you in your 2013. And I thank you for providing me with that opportunity. I've also watched you as you really gain momentum as your tenure in Parliament evolved, and how you have championed the right for the underprivileged, and I commend you for that. And where you did not allow a disability to distract and detract from what you can do for people. And I'm grateful for watching you. And I know you beyond politics, as you say. Gregory and my daughter, and they're very close and stuff like that. And I know that you will do well, whatever you do and wherever you go. And I continue to commend you, and God bless you. Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly a very emotional afternoon for all of us, and certainly for the Honourable Member for St. James North. And I therefore, with all of the spirits, I think, in this place behind us, I would want to move the adjournment of the House until the 13th of May at 10 a.m.
Questions that this Honourable Chairman be adjourned until the 13th of May, 2025 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This Honourable Chair stands adjourned until the 13th day of May, 2025 at 10 a.m.
Well.